Hey, I just want to make sure that we can be heard.
I can hear you, Julia. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I can't see anyone or anything, so I wasn't sure what was going on. Okay, great.
Good morning, Neva. Or shall I say Chief Cookley Grace? Morning, Sunny.
Morning.
Oh, check out Sunny's COVID look. Wow.
Julia.
Good morning. I have a weird view. I can only see. Hey, Neva, how are you?
Neva, how are you?
Neva, I'm like Latin. I'm always like emphasizing the wrong.
That's okay. That's okay. The Spanish way.
I'm good. I don't know. There's a different view option here, so I can't see everyone.
I know I can't either.
So hopefully that will change.
I don't want to mess with anything, and then I bust myself out. It took a long time to get in here.
I know that's right. Hi, Sabrina. I see you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Ooh, I put up a thing by accident. My bad, y'all.
Yeah.
You colored your face. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Chief Cookley Grace, will Miss Jean-Pierre be joining you this morning?
I do not think so. Jean-Pierre.
No, she's a parent.
She's a parent?
Yeah, so she'll be replacing if she's able to join.
Okay, I have her listed as something else. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have Kim Pelletreau. She'll be coming in. And we have Arthur Collins.
So Councilor Mejia, I have Sunny, Sabrina, and Miss Jean-Pierre in the first panel.
Yep, and then there's Elizabeth, Casey,
Laura, and Ashley for the third panel.
Yeah, and then we also have Nesage. What panel?
They're going to do testimony for expanded testimony first.
Okay. And do you have Ashley Solomon as well?
Yep, yep. So Laura, Elizabeth, and Ashley on the third panel.
Okay.
Morning, Sabrina.
Can you guys just quickly repeat, good morning, ladies, who's on the panels? I got the updated list, but I think my list is still not correct.
Yeah, can you guys send that to us too, so that I have it too, the latest?
So that, okay, so the panels from you though, Counselor Mejia, so it's, what we have is Sunny for panel 1, Sunny,
Mhm.
Ms. Jean Pierre, and Miss Sabrina Barroso.
Yep.
For panel 1. For panel 2, we have Chief Coakley Grice, and she'll be accompanied by some others for support, I think, not on the panel formally.
I think Jean Pierre is gonna go with Chief Grice on panel 2 from BPS.
No, Jean, so the just so you understand where the confusion may lie in regard
Okay.
to Jean, is that Officer Wilson will not be speaking, but I put Jean Pierre in his place because she's a parent voice.
So Jean Pierre is a school police officer and a parent, so she's on panel.
No,
We were misinformed. She is not a school police officer.
Thank you very much. Okay, my list was wrong. Thank you, guys. Go ahead, sorry to cut you guys off. Thanks for the clarification.
There'll be Kim Pelletreau also. She's on the panel as well. She had an invitation.
So Kim will be with you, Chief
Yes,
Coakley Grice,
yes, ma'am. And Arthur Collins
and Arthur Collins will be with you.
from
So then
BP.
we also have Neosej Ware.
Mhm.
I'm not aware of that person.
Nesage is a young person.
Okay.
The
okay,
youth
great.
liaison for the Mayor's Council.
Okay.
She works in our office as well,
She also works for you. Okay.
in Madison Park and Teen Empowerment. She's a hardworking young person.
Very good.
Awesome. Okay. Is anyone else on panel 3 beside, did I miss, are there more people?
Panel
on
3, I have Laura, Elizabeth,
Okay.
Ashley.
Okay, and Nesage. Okay, thank you, guys. Or ladies. Good morning.
And then we waiting for Counselor Janey.
She
I'm
said she's in
here.
the waiting room.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. I didn't
Can
see
you
you
hear
at
me?
first.
Yes,
I can
I'm
hear
right
you.
here. I'm sorry. Good morning. How's everyone?
Morning. We have some people waiting in the waiting room.
Yes.
No, it took a long time to join for some reason. I had to leave and rejoin. That's what I did to get on.
Now there's a Zoom traffic. I don't know what's going on everywhere. Zoom has been,
We're popular. We're popular.
yeah.
I didn't post, but I think some other people did.
Madam Chair, we're ready to go when you are. I was just hoping to get a list of the order so I can let folks in accordingly.
So I would like at this point to have Miss Jean Pierre, because she's on the first panel.
If she could raise her hand, we'd be able to get her in quicker.
Yeah, I don't
But
see her.
I do not see her on the list.
I don't either.
So I would recommend this because she was a last minute addition. Let's just I would recommend Chair Asabi George, with your permission, is if we could move with those who are here. So we have Sunny and Sabrina.
Okay.
And
Will do. Yeah,
can we
perfect.
do that? Can we do that just for the sake of time and just?
And then Miss, if you can communicate with Miss Jean Pierre that we'll
Yeah,
just
we
move her
are.
to the panel 4.
Yeah,
Okay,
we
great.
have someone on our team already giving her a call.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. So Carrie, when you are ready, I'll get started.
Ready when you are.
All right, here we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anissa Asabi George, and I'm Chair of the Boston City Council's Committee on Education. I'm joined today by a number of colleagues, including the lead sponsors of today's hearing. And I will not do this at this moment in order of appearance, but rather in the order as I can see them, and then we'll get to order of appearance a little bit later. We are joined this morning by Councilor Julia Mejia, at large, Councilor Ed Flynn, District 2, Council President Kim Janey, District 7, and Councilor Kenzie Bach, District 8. And I think that's all that let me just make-
Counselor Campbell's on.
I'm sorry, Councilor Campbell, District 4. And that looks like that's everybody. Okay. I'd like to remind you that this is a public hearing. It is being recorded and will be rebroadcast on Comcast 8, RCN 82, Verizon 1964 at a later date. It is currently being streamed at boston.gov/city-council-TV. We will also take public testimony at the end of the hearing. If you are interested in testifying, please email ron.cobb, ron.cobb@boston.gov for the link and follow along in the live stream to know when it's your turn to speak. Please state when you do speak during testimony, please state your name, affiliation, or residence, and limit your comments to just a few minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. Today's hearing is on docket 0765, an order hearing identifying restorative justice practices and the role of our police in our schools. We have a number of invited speakers today, and for the interest of time, I'd like to give the lead sponsors a moment to introduce themselves, and then we'll get to our first panel. I'll start because of order of arrival with Councilor Mejia. Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Chairwoman Sabi George. I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm grateful to my sisters in service, Councilor Ed Campbell and Kim Janey, for their support on this particular hearing. As someone who grew up in the Boston Public Schools, as a parent, and as someone who worked in the education space, I understand how important this conversation is, and look forward to bringing everyone who has a deep connection to this issue to help us inform our thinking. I will say, as working in the education space, I heard a lot about dismantling the school to prison pipeline, and oftentimes how these punitive infractions would feed the school to deportation pipeline as well. But I've also heard from parents who have said to me, specifically, that a lot of the police officers that are in our schools oftentimes are the only male role models that a lot of our children see. And oftentimes for families who are experiencing trauma and who are experiencing high rates of violence in our neighborhoods, the concern around safety. So for us, when we talk about all means all, this hearing, my hope is that we'll be able to come to some common ground and an understanding of what restorative justice looks like and how we can support our schools to ensure that the social and emotional well-being of our students are front and center of every conversation, and that we are ensuring the safety of our children and making sure that we're not deploying punitive measures and continuing to feed the school to prison pipeline. So restorative justice is an issue that's near and dear to me, and I'm hoping that we can come to some real understanding of what that's going to look like to ensure that all means all in this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Asabi George, and thank you to my sisters in service, Councilors Mejia and Janey, for the partnership here. We share, obviously, BPS connections growing up in the city, so really appreciate your perspectives here in partnership. I also want to thank, of course, all the panelists for being here, for the work you guys do in your own right? We appreciate you, but we also appreciate you taking the time to join us today. I also want to thank Diana on my team, who is a fellow we have joining us this summer, who did a lot of research with respect to this issue and a lot of prep and cares about this issue as well. So I also want to thank her. As a former education attorney, I know for poor children and children of color, often their first encounter with the criminal justice system is sadly at school and can lead to permanent entanglement with detention in the prison system. As an education attorney, I handled a lot of school discipline cases as well as special needs cases that often led to discipline cases at times. And I knew that the vast majority of kids entangled in the criminal justice system or in our school discipline cases tended to be Black and brown. Well, I'm looking forward, of course, to the conversation today and learning more about the roles of our school resource officers and police officers within the school police within the police department. I come into this hearing knowing that despite some of the mentoring and positive roles, and we had a long discussion with Chief Grice, who's new to her role, and welcome, right? We had a long discussion on the positive roles that school police can play and that have in our young people's lives. The consistent presence of officers in schools, I think, contributes to higher arrest rates and over-policing of students of color and this cradle to prison pipeline. And so I do think this is a time for us as a collective to think about possible reforms and changes to the model. Instead of deputizing maybe this human capital that tends to serve as mentors and counselors as school police, what does it mean to actually deputize them as mentors, guidance counselors, and other support staff? I also am really excited about the conversation being framed with respect to restorative justice, because we do need to prioritize and institutionalize restorative justice over law enforcement and over a policing approach when it comes to school safety. Lastly, I'll say this, because it's obviously a topic of discussion where there are some folks already in the city of Boston, residents pushing back and saying we absolutely need our school police officers because of incidents of violence, school shootings across the country. And I've been in contact with a lot of folks who've focused on this work for a long time. And everyone agrees that safe schools are created when you create a sense of community, where every single person who walks into a school building feels valued and feels a sense of belonging. And we know through numerous studies that restorative justice does just that, and that this approach proactively builds a school community based on cooperation, mutual understanding, trust, respect, and promotes and strengthens a positive school culture. And if you're wondering who that is, that's my son, Aiden. So I'm also a mother. And so this is also an important issue. He also says, good morning. Thank you, Councilor Asabi-George. And thank you again to my sisters in service for the partnership and to the panelists.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Councilor Janey, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say greetings and thank you to my sisters in service for their partnership, Councilor Campbell and Councilor Mejia, to this amazing panel. I see Chief Grice, so good to see you and have you in this role. Sunny Pie, amazing work, big fan, and you've been a pioneer in this space. So thank you for being on this panel, and to all the other panelists and my colleagues. I'm really grateful that we are having this conversation as someone who's been in the education space and a child advocate. It's a really important conversation. Councilor Campbell referenced, longstanding work before counselors even before the three of us became counselors, all did work in the education space, including our chair. And this issue was a very important issue. It's one that is deeply rooted around racism, the criminalization of Black children. And so, what we did at MAC is we filed legislation at the state. We worked, to say that school exclusion would be a last resort, that we needed to do everything possible to keep our children in school, to keep them in the classroom, to keep them learning. We worked at the local level with educators like Sunny and others around the code of conduct in Boston. And I think the evidence is pretty clear in terms of needing to turn away from punitive measures and to look at restorative practices. So I think this is a really timely conversation, particularly as we look at the protest and the movement that we're in. We see the data, and the data shows disparities when it comes to Black and Latinx students. So I personally believe, and I think people know this, that we need to be phasing police out of our schools. But while we have police, I think we need to think about ways that we can support our students and support student learning. And with Chief Grice as our new head of public safety, I am really hopeful that we will have a different approach to how we view discipline in our schools and the role of police officers in our schools. So I'm excited to have this really important conversation and just want to get to it. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Council President Janey, and thank you all for being here today. Unless any of my colleagues, the rest of our colleagues have burning opening remarks, I'd love to get to that first panel. I don't see a show of hands, so we will get to it, but I will introduce the rest of our colleagues who are with us this morning in the order of their appearance. We do have Councilor Kenzie Bach, Councilor Ed Flynn, Councilor Matt O'Malley, Councilor Liz Braden, and Councilor Michael Flaherty. And as others arrive, I will introduce them. But I'd love to get to the panel so that we can keep this morning moving. We do have three pretty substantial panels plus extended public testimony this morning. So without further ado, I'd love to get to Mr. Sonny Pai, one of our Boston Public Schools teachers, as well as Ms. Sabrina Barroso, who's a lead organizer for the student immigration movement. If we could maybe spend about 10 minutes with each of you, that would be wonderful. Mr. Pai, I'll send it over to you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. For those of you I haven't met, my name is Sonny Pai. I just completed my 21st year as a BPS educator. I'm also a BPS parent. My two sons attend the Curley K-8 in Jamaica Plain. In those 21 years, I've been a founding teacher at the Boston Arts Academy. I've been the founding principal of a media-themed high school at the West Roxbury Educational Complex, and I've been an administrator at Charlestown High School for the last 10 years. And during those 10 years, one of my responsibilities has been to direct the Diploma Plus alternative program. And it's there working with DP that I've really learned a lot about restorative justice and how it can be used in schools. And before going much further, I would be remiss not to acknowledge practitioners who've taught me about restorative justice. And it matters very much where you're from in this work. I've accepted this invitation today because I really respect the work that Councilor Mejia has done. And when she reached out to me, I try to say yes to everything she invites me to. But I grew up in suburban Connecticut in an overwhelmingly white neighborhood, attended overwhelmingly white schools. And I know about RJ a little bit, but the people I've learned from that have taught me the most are practitioners who grew up in our city, who've been deeply embedded in the Black and Brown community all their lives. And these are people like Janet Connors of Dorchester, better known in the community as Mama J. She is one of the wisest elders that I know, deeply, deeply entrenched in RJ and just the spirit of RJ. Ty Small of Hyde Park, who has been one of our DP directors, who has built much of the RJ systems in our program. And Ty is the person who I've observed that knows the most about how to fit this stuff into a busy school day, which is not an easy thing to do. Chandra Banks, who's the director of RJ for the Cambridge Public Schools and has implemented RJ for years with both students and staff across the river. She's someone who she can seemingly resolve any conflict through RJ as long as the participants are willing to engage. These are local experts. I see Art Collins here on this Zoom too, and they're not always consulted for their expertise or given decision-making power, especially to expand and build these systems across the district properly. Now, RJ, it's a beautiful and transformative process, and I have dozens of stories I could tell you about literal miracles that I've witnessed. In recent years, though, I've been seeing it's become a very trendy and popular option, especially for alternatives to discipline, especially with the specific goal of lowering suspension rates. And I've seen books published, I've seen trainings created and PowerPoint slides shared, and some of them are helpful, but many of them are not. I want to talk to you today a little bit about just the real spirit and soul of RJ, because it's sometimes touted as this zero budget solution for curbing out of control suspension rates. And while I love it and would love to see it implemented everywhere, doing so effectively requires both careful steps and investing resources. The first foundation of RJ is community. So one basic principle, if you're new to RJ, is that if someone causes harm within a community, that person is then responsible to repair that harm, and they restore the community to be whole again. This has to be done in a way that's very authentic and in a way that the person is very unlikely to then repeat the harm. And one of my favorite examples of this is from Katie Delahanty's classroom. Katie's one of the best teachers that I've ever seen and was a co-founder of DP. And once in a student discussion, Katie had one student comment that another student's words were stupid. And she pulled the student aside at the end of class and said, I'm gonna give you an extra assignment. And I want you tonight to go find 3 adults that you really respect and to have them tell you a story about a time they were made to feel stupid by somebody else. And this student went home and did that and wrote it up and then talked about it the next day with Katie and read the write-up together. Katie said that student never, ever, ever spoke like that in class again, and cleaned up the mess that they made with their classmate. That to me highlights the level of community that you need to make RJ work. The student responsible for the harm had to trust Katie enough to do this extra assignment, and needed to care about having offended their classmate, about altering the climate of the class. And none of this action would have happened without that foundation. And Katie could not have asked the student to do this. The student would have just said, I'm not doing this extra assignment or whatever, just give me a detention or something, without having this foundation of relationship. Now, sadly, in our schools, especially in places where students are really disengaged from their learning and don't view themselves as academic material, there's already a huge gap where students do not feel they belong. And if a school is not already finding ways to build relationships and also create this strong bond of community so that every member will go out and want to restore their standing in the group, RJ is not going to work. It's one thing to ask teachers. Of course, every teacher knows they need to build relationships with their students so that they can teach effectively. But to build community to the level where any student is going to work through something difficult, something embarrassing, something that requires incredible humility to take action to repair harm they've caused others, that requires a level of community that's not present in most schools. One thing exciting to me about this conversation is this could be the pathway by which we hold ourselves to that standard. We've always been good about building community in DP. We had to step ourselves up to a higher level the more we wanted to incorporate RJ to have this foundation. We use the structure of talking circles when we do RJ. And if you've never been in a talking circle, you literally sit in a circle and you pass a talking piece around and you don't speak unless you're holding that talking piece. It comes from a tradition built in indigenous cultures. And one time we were doing a circle like this in DP. And this is to illustrate the trust required to make this work. We were having a hard time and a lot of students were failing and struggling at the time. So I went and I printed every single grade in the program with no names attached, but it just said, here's all the history grades, and it listed them from highest to lowest. Here's all the English grades, all on one sheet. And you got this sheet and you could see like the first few grades were A's and then they quickly dropped down and then there were a whole bunch of failing grades. So like 70% of the grades were failing grades. And so I passed the sheet out to the whole community, and then I passed the talking piece, and my prompt was, what do you feel looking at this sheet? And so a lot of students, they were passing the talking piece without saying anything, and it got about 1/8 of the way around our circle. You can picture this room, we had probably 40 students in the circle at the time. And it got about 1/8 of the way around, and it got to this girl, and she said, man, this is why I hate you all, and I hate this program, and this makes me feel depressed and even less motivated, and why would you give me this thing, and this is the stupidest thing you ever did, all this stuff, right? Just goes off about it. I cleaned it up a little bit for this. And so the entire atmosphere of the room just deflated. You could feel all the energy get sapped out. And then she passes the talking piece, it keeps going around, and it gets to a young man about 1/4 of the way around the circle. And he takes it and he says, oh, the other thing she said was, I try so hard in class and these teachers won't help me, they just ignore me, and I ask questions and all this stuff. So he takes the talking piece when it comes to him, and he turns to her and he said, they were friends, That's not true. He said, I sat next to you in class yesterday and you did not take the help that was being offered and all this stuff, right? And then he shifted to himself. He said, I can see my numbers on this page. I see which ones are mine and they're not where I want them to be. And these are the things that I could be doing better. And he listed a few things. The entire energy of that room shifted. And then from that point on, as we went around the circle, other students started to say, okay, I could do this, I could do that. And the entire circle ended in a different place than it had started. Now, after the first student spoke, if I jumped in as an adult and clamped down on her or said, don't say this, or you shouldn't talk that way, or that's not true, the same thing would not have happened. The biggest thing I've learned from RJ is I thought I trusted my students, but if you're in circle, you really have to trust because you don't know what's going to happen once you let go of that talking piece. And technically, it's not my place to grab it back and say something. That would be a violation. So when you really trust young people, what I've seen is they always rise to the occasion. And the things that become possible then in that space when young people are trusted is a completely new thing. Now, implementing RJ, like I said, can be a door towards creating this kind of trusting community. And I've seen it happen effectively in multiple places, but it's not something to skip over or take for granted. The purpose here is not to blame or punish, but rather to give every single community member a chance to be what we call their best self. At the start of an RJ process, if you're going through some harm that was caused, one common step that you may start with is that everybody present says something positive about the responsible party, about the person who caused the harm. So you can view this as a step on a page, like the first step to do on an agenda, or you can look at it the way Mama J once explained it to me. And she explained that this comes from, in an indigenous culture, that if someone caused harm, the entire community will start by speaking this person's strengths, every single positive thing they ever did. And the reason why they're doing that is not just to start the thing off on a nice note, like we sometimes start meetings with pleasant comments. It's to literally call the spirit of that person back into existence and to pull that person to be present, not the person who caused the harm. If you can think of a situation where you might have caused harm or you might have been in trouble with an authority figure, you might have been embarrassed, you might have been ashamed, you might have had a lot of different, you might have been defensive or ready to attack. Can you imagine if when we started those processes, the first thing we did was you got to hear every single amazing thing you ever did for anyone in that community? You would approach that conversation in such a different space. That's the kind of thing that RJ can provide. That kind of grace and love for people. It's amazing to be treated that way. And it's amazing what becomes possible when we create those spaces. And I need to acknowledge it is not typical. It's not typical in schools. It's not typical in societies. So this is a pervasive way of being that you need for implementing RJ, not a set of steps, not something to be pulled out just because there's an incident, but it's a philosophy that requires everyone to be treated as a human being. And even further than just as a human being who has this best self that's continually being called into being. And in the moments when you slip, there's a process that allows you to then restore your standing very transparently and explicitly. That's the vision for RJ in schools. And while DP is certainly not a finished product, we've had glimpses over the years of that level of community. And striving for this RJ model has pushed us to have the strongest foundations of community and sort of root out any weak spots that we can. Now, I know I'm here primarily to talk about RJ, but the rest of this docket concerns the role of school police. And so I wanted to speak quickly just about the connection. And I've had the good fortune in my career to work with some amazing school police officers. I'd go so far as to say I feel the individual officers that I've gotten to work with are some of the very best school police officers in the district. And these are people who considered themselves educators first, not law enforcement, and who sought to build genuine relationships with students and were an integral part of our school community. But my feelings on this issue are not about individuals, but about the system. And I hope I've made the point that RJ can be miraculous and transformative, but it also requires a whole new way of being for the entire community. The practices that have been revealed around school police in the last couple of years are disturbing and really undermine this way of being. Like I said, trust is primary to RJ on every single side. And students have to trust adults to keep their absolute best interests at heart. And staff, on the other hand, must trust students that they can rise to the occasion, that they're worthy of our trust, and that they can be their best selves if we call them to be it. The stories that I've heard in recent years about the ways that students are surveilled through police presence in school create a wedge between desired implementation of RJ and the goals of the inherent goals of law enforcement. And forgive me, Chief, because I'm not a law enforcement expert, but from my view, law enforcement as a rule identifies threats, seeks to gather information about them, and is wary for the times when people may be their absolute worst selves, sort of the opposite lens. And again, this is not to besmirch the individuals in these positions, but it's the system that's set up to gather information, sometimes secretly, sometimes with the assumption that unknown threats may be lurking. And there's a baseline emotion of suspicion, not a baseline of trust. Now, it's been revealed over the past few years that this largely invisible system operates without the knowledge of school administrators like me. I've heard of reports and other things that you may have heard of that are not visible to the school, that the school doesn't even know are happening, ways that students are identified as potentially being gang affiliated. And it's very hard to implement RJ effectively in a context that includes that. If our purpose in a school is towards control, towards law and order, towards identification and minimization of threats, I say threats in quotes, we cannot achieve the space of trust needed for true RJ to happen. I appreciate the opening comments from Councillor Campbell about safety has to do with how trusted and how known individuals are within a given community. So it's crucial to consider not just for the technical solutions for implementing an RJ model across BPS, but to ferociously interrogate what aspects of our current space are aligned with RJ and what are not. Competition, stratification, exclusion, these are all hallmarks of educational systems. Anyone who's seen an honor roll posting knows that. Those are aspects that we are far too comfortable with in our schools. And we do not recognize how those things are in direct competition with things like RJ. You cannot support competitiveness and exclusion or stratifying layers of levels while also supporting the philosophies truly of what RJ represents. They're antithetical to the tenets of restorative justice. So I'm really glad to see these topics on this hearing because to truly transform the climate of schools, we have to be willing to take bold and transformative action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pai, and congratulations on your 21 years of service to our students and our kids here in the city of Boston. Sabrina, I'd love you to introduce yourself. If you would just mention your affiliation and get into testimony. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you to the city councilors. Thank you for all the panelists that are here today to talk about this very important matter. So first of all, like I said, good morning, everyone. My name is Sabrina Barroso. I'm the lead organizer for the Student Immigrant Movement. We are an immigrant youth-led grassroots organization, and we fight for the protection of undocumented and immigrant youth and their families. In SIM, we engage youth firsthand with community matters to create cultural, systemic, and institutional change. Our work is led by undocumented and immigrant youth. SIM's vision for our community is simple yet ornate and involves many components of our lives, for this hearing, I would like to just share a few things or components about our vision for schools. We dream of schools where young people can make decisions for their well-being, health, and education, where young people are given respect, credibility, and space to express and design what support they want and need from adults, where young people are empowered to grow, express curiosity, build relationships, and experience life in spaces designed by them, and where the community can hold ourselves accountable and restore when harms are done. SIM was founded by undocumented students from East Boston High School in 2004. So we have a complex relationship with Boston Public Schools. We go to schools even to this, well, not during COVID times, right? But even up until this year before quarantine, we were able to go to schools here in Boston and teach young people about their rights, about college access as immigrants and undocumented people, and many other really important topics. But the most important part of our relationships with young people is that when they come to SIM, they feel a sense of belonging and community, something that Sunny was talking about, the importance of also building this culture in our schools. And when they begin to feel empowered and take ownership of their truth while participating in collective action, something like restorative justice, they begin to create change they want to see in the world. And so our work in Boston is truly sustained by amazing young people of the city. In 2017 is when we learned about Boston Public Schools reports ending up in the hands of ICE, immigration, in other words, and were used against a student from East Boston High School, and he was deported because of this. Lawyers have been filing public records requests for years about the practices, protocols, structures, and relationship between Boston School Police and the Boston Police Department. From the first lawsuit, this is where we learned and the media was able to learn about the hundreds of reports that were passed between the school, between the BPD, the Boston Police Department, and the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, known as BRIC. And there's a lot of material still from other public records requests that we're still waiting to receive. As young people and the community, we needed to dig and do our research to answer crucial questions that were being ignored by Boston Public Schools and the city. Young people and families must know the relationships between the Boston Police Department and the schools and BRIC, because there's no justification for not having these answers and data as it pertains to young people and their families. And in addition, right, this intertwined relationship between Boston School Police and the Boston Police Department, we see that there are strong relationships between the Boston Police Department and federal agencies like immigration and the BRIC, right? This collaboration tears families apart, it tears communities apart, and it makes young people mistrustful of schools, our families mistrustful of schools, a place where students and families should feel safe. In Boston, some reports written by school police are immediately in the hands of the Boston Police Department upon creation. Others are shared through the Boston Public Schools Central Office. Regardless of the path, the reports authored by school police can be shared with the Boston Police Department, even when they travel through the central office. And in turn, these reports can be shared with the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. And the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, like we're saying, manages the gang database, has collaboration with ICE and the FBI. And this presents severe concerns for young people, as we've been able to see from the consequences that has led up to deportations of young people. We continue to hear how Boston Public Schools and administration officials deflect and say that BPS does not share information about immigration status of students, but that's not the issue. The problem is that Boston School Police are sharing information about students with the BPD, with BRIC, who then share that information with immigration. And that has led to young people being deported. The fact that administration continues to address this problem this way by deflecting and making irrelevant statements about whether or not they share immigration status is frustrating because it ignores the actual problem. What I've highlighted here is similar to what Sunny is saying, that this is a systemic problem that we have caught through the lens of protecting immigrant youth. This is not about individual relationships. This is a problem that is not just a concern for immigrant youth, rather a concern for all people who are involved in schools. What we have found is a lack of transparency, clarity, and communication between BPS, youth, and families. One of the ways that SIM has been fighting for more transparency and power as youth and families is that we've been trying to implement the Learn Without Fear policy, which is currently under the Surveillance Oversight Ordinance that we've been pushing for. SIM believes that young people and families can build power through establishing agency in their communities with wins like these. Information sharing, I want to be specific here. This component of information sharing is just one way that we know the presence of school police is harmful to young people and their education. And we know that there is a lot of work to do still. The true experts on this subject are students themselves because of their experience, and they can share more about, even different aspects than information sharing about how they're impacted, which is why I would like to request hopefully another opportunity for young people to have more time to prepare testimony, for them to be able to have it during the evening so that them and their families can participate in sharing their stories. For us, this was a little bit difficult because young people, right, they have things to do during the day. Their parents are working during the day. So it's hard sometimes for young people to show out and share their stories for hearings like these if they're scheduled early. But hopefully we can have other opportunities where y'all can hear directly from young people to hear more experiences. Like I'm saying, like Sunny said, even for an organization like us that we work directly with directly impacted youth who are experiencing challenges because of immigration. This was unknown to us for years, right? So this was happening under the radar, and until this work came up with lawyers was when we were finally able to address something. And that truly is something that is very shameful. We hope that we can begin to address these issues with youth present at all levels of addressing this issue. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Sabrina, for your testimony. And I do want to just let you know that we have loads of young people signed up to testify this morning. So at this point, I'd like to open up. I know that Sabrina and Sunny have some time limits, so I'd like to open this up to some questions from my colleagues. I see Councilor Mejia's hand up. You'll be first, so you can share your comments at that point. I would like us to, because we have 3 panels, to limit our comments and our questions to 5 minutes. So the panelists, if you could keep your responses brief and simple, that would be very helpful. I'll start with Councilor Mejia.
Yes, thank you, Councilor Asabi George. I just wanted to just note that Ms. Jean Pierre has joined us, and so just wanted to just give you the heads up on that. So just a quick question for, and thank you also, Councilor Asabi George, for acknowledging the loads of young people that we have on deck ready to testify. We are really intentional about making sure that youth are leading this conversation, and excited that they're able to join us today. So for Sabrina, I'm just curious, can you talk a little bit about the language barrier for students and school police and how that has impacted their relationship? I know for me as an English language learner who grew up in Boston, translating for my entire family, I know that language barrier is definitely an access to building relationships. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you've heard from young people as it relates to that issue?
Yes, thank you, Councilor Mejia. This is actually a very important topic. Again, I'm going to speak from the lens of my own experience and the work that I've been able to do on this issue. So for the work that we've done in regards to the reports, we've been able to see that young people and their families are oftentimes, well, from what we've seen, they're not informed that these reports are written and sent to law enforcement. This is a very, very dangerous thing to do, especially like we're saying for immigrant youth, because this has led to the deportation of young people by literally handing over reports about normal teen behavior, like Sunny was saying, literally just surveilling their behavior and writing it down and claiming that someone is a gang member. That's enough to get people deported, young people deported. And this is the consequence of no communication, no transparency, right? And so I'm not saying that by just letting people know when reports are made about them, everything will be okay. No, I'm not saying that at all. Rather, it's like you're saying, there's a need for communication. And I don't think that, by having a, hey, how are you conversation is enough to actually establish the grounds of what the protocols are, how the dynamic is managed between Boston School Police and the police department. Those are the conversations that we're saying are needed to be able to establish, like, where are we right now in this conversation?
Yeah. And I was talking specifically around the language barrier, like in terms of interpretation and translation. I'm just curious about that in particular. And then I also just wanted to, because I do want to be really mindful of your time, but I also would like to hear a little bit about the role that parents play in SIM activism. Like what level of engagement does that look like?
Okay. And so I thank you so much for highlighting this issue of the translation. Like you're saying, a lot of times if young people or their families get a call from schools, like you're saying, a lot of times young people are put in the position to either be interpreters for that conversation. At least like I was saying, in regards to my work, the reason why this is concerning for me is because if young people are put in the positions to interpret very important information about legal matters, it's almost it is a disservice to young people and their families to put them in that position without access to, like we're saying, a qualified interpreter who can accurately express the matter with the guardian or parent of that young person and to the young person themselves to make sure that decisions that are being made, steps that are being taken are all communicated with the family. But like, as y'all know, right, that's oftentimes not the situation for BPS. It's oftentimes difficult for interpreters to be sourced out to families that may need them. But this is a very important thing to consider in regards to the way that we are communicating and sharing with families and young people. And then in regards to your question about how parents can participate through SIM, we are a youth-led, undocumented-led organization. So our place, or the place that we invite parents of young people to show up and educators, is in our larger community events. Again, that's a little difficult considering quarantine and all of these things. But we've had teach-ins in the past where we encourage everyone to come and everyone to take a place in learning and sharing and contributing on their experiences. For parents in particular, we have like community events that we always love to have parents be a part of, because like Sunny said, and everyone on this call, building culture that is intergenerational, building culture that is based on conversation that happens amongst ourselves is really what holds our community together. So those are the venues, but at least for direct action organizing and for building power, we focus on young people. And then like we love to share different resources and spaces for parents to organize, like Cosecha and other really important organizations in Boston.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councilor Asabi George, do you want me to continue with Sunny Pie, or do you want me to come back? How
No,
do you?
that's that first 5 minutes there. So I'd like to go through colleagues.
Oh, I only have 5 minutes per. I thought it was 5 minutes for each per. Oh, sorry, Sunny.
So I'd love, so Councilor Campbell is next, and I'd like to just recognize that we've been joined by Councilor Arroyo as well. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, and I'll try to go quickly because I know we have a lot of panelists left, and I will follow up. I think we'll all follow up with you, Sunny, and you, Sabrina, separately with additional questions, right? Because I have so many. But I think first with you, Sabrina, I guess it's more of a comment. First of all, thank you for sharing. Thank you for the work you're doing. This obviously connects to the public safety conversations we're having too with respect to the BRIC. It's all interconnected and interrelated. So we'll keep you posted on those conversations too, because they very much connect to the lack of transparency that sort of all counselors have been asking a lot of questions about, including the gang database and our relationship with ICE. So we'll separately stay in contact with you on that, but just wanted to say thank you for your work. Sunny, thank you too, and thank you for naming those folks who have been doing this work for decades, including Janet and so many others that we can learn from, and that want to make themselves available for us to sort of adopt this philosophy within our system, right? As we move away or shift away from a law enforcement model. But from your perspective and from where you sit and from your decades of experience, I'm curious, you know, it can, from the layperson or someone who's on the outside, it can seem so overwhelming, right? Like, where do we start? Is it policy changes and then sort of working at that? Where do we start? It's not just mere training. It's like when we say equity, we can have a definition, but if no one sort of adopts it. So just, I'm curious from your perspective, where do you think we start to shift this philosophy and this culture? You mentioned the honor roll list, which it's embedded. So I'm curious from your perspective, where do we start?
I think the first thing is just having more conversations like this, right? And I think, as difficult as it may be at times, complicating what the issues are. Because when we try to find a simple solution, I have a colleague who uses the word seductive. There's like seductive solutions in education. If we could just get a good formative assessment and know where every student is, then we could differentiate well and it's all gonna work. But you can't buy a test that's gonna do that. You have to actually know your students really well as a teacher and spend hard work and really effort to get to know where they are if you're gonna teach to each of them. There's not like a app that you could give them that's gonna identify that, although they will sell you one, right? And so the more we can complicate these issues, RJ, we need to get to know them well. And the systems, we need to get to know the solutions. So what I'm grateful for is that A, it's being talked about, B, it's being talked about very broadly. And then C, I think we need to ask ourselves, what do we need to do to be ready for this? Not what do we need to do to put this in place tomorrow, but where are we prepared, where are we not prepared? And to me, community building is one, policies that include rather than exclude is one. And just the general, I don't want to use terms that are too controversial, but we are in a capitalist society and we treat education with a capitalist mentality. Competition, who's on top, who's on the bottom, who's standing themselves out, as opposed to a socialist mentality. I mean, we have Black and Brown and Asian cultures. These indigenous cultures, they're not about competition. They're about how do we make sure the entire community is succeeding. It is far from a capitalist mindset. And so how do we keep shifting schools towards that? I'm grateful that RJ is in the conversation because it really can shift it. But if we don't pay attention, you can do RJ capitalistically too, and you're not gonna get there. So the more that we talk about decolonizing our minds, the more that we are having that shared vision of togetherness, of taking care of each other, of making sure each and every person, all means all, right? That each and every person is taken care of and successful. That's gonna get us towards that. And we can implement that in every policy across the board, not just RJ. And the more we're having that conversation, the more we'll find ourselves heading in the right direction.
No, that's really helpful, and I appreciate that. And I'll wrap up here, Councilor Sabi George, because there's a lot of folks to get to. I am really happy that Chief Grice is here too, and you know she's new in her role, but and all the other panelists too that will come, because I do think we often have these conversations in silos. And if we're going to be moving in the same direction or getting on the same page, because we're not now, right? I think what you said about the conversation piece is critical. I'm always like, action, action, let's get this done. But this, you're so right. Are we prepared? And so I'm really looking forward to the later panel discussions to get to a place where we see the value and understand the value of what you guys are talking about. So thank you, and we'll follow up for sure. Thank you, Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. Councilor Janey.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Let me follow up, I guess, along the same line of thinking. But before I do, just a quick question, Sunny. You mentioned 70%, I think, were failing when you first did that exercise. What are your results now? Where are you now? Just for folks who like data.
It's always a struggle. The population that comes to DP, I don't know if it's incredibly fair to say, but you could make the argument that they were all headed to failing and dropping out from school when they came to us, that was sort of the reason that they came. The standard that we try to hold ourselves to is 2/3. in looking at other alternative programs, that's the most successful ones, unless they're cooking their data. That's what it, or not truly serving students who are in the greatest need. That's usually the benchmark that I see.
And that being said,
So we've been anywhere from the 50% promotion mark to somewhere between 50 and 75, and we hover in that range.
So, but a drastic change from where you were, it sounds like you've made improvement.
Yeah, I mean, it's a struggle.
But beyond grades, you know, because the other thing I think we often try to measure a person's worth, particularly our young people, our students, by tests and not kind of looking at the full person as an individual. And, you know, my thinking is many of the alternative programs do much more of that, which is why I've been a big fan of yours. You know, I don't know if you recall, but the first time we met, it was not a good day. It was a day, one of the many budget hearings of BPS where parents and students and educators and advocates are begging and begging and pleading to protect. And in this case, it was your program. And so fortunately, we were successful then, and you are still here with us. But I just wanted to affirm in my final remarks, the comments from Councillor Campbell and your comments in response to her question and the importance of conversation, because we are so far from where we were, even just that budget vote many years ago. Prior to that, you know, the conversations that we were having around the code of conduct and trying to get the state law passed, you know, the context for all of that was, we need to get rid of bad kids, get them out of the classroom. They're a distraction. I mean, it was just very, the wrong language, you know, labeling children as bad, you know, trying to throw them away and toss them aside. And so now I think we are just so far beyond that. Now, that being said, we haven't solved it. We know that Black children, Latinx children are still largely criminalized, that too often. And it's great that for the children who are, so my question really is, how do we take what works like Diploma Plus and how do we get that? Because it's not just the kids that you see, it's kids throughout our district who could benefit from this. And so I'd like to think about how we can grow, but I understand that it is a very complex thing and we have to bring people along as we go. And that we have to really put forward our young people as folks who should be leading us in this conversation. And one of the things that I really love is the agency and how young people are holding themselves accountable and setting goals for themselves and thinking about their own actions and how they interact with other people. And so I think it's amazing work that you're doing. And I'd be interested in how we can really expand that model as we, you know, think about the role of, I'm so sorry. I'm going to end right there, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Janey. I'm not sure if Sabrina or Sunny had a response to sort of the end of Councilor Janey's questions and comments.
Sabrina, is there anything you want to say? I just wanted to say, oh, sorry, go ahead, Sabrina.
No, I was just replying no, sorry.
I just wanted to briefly say that it is complex and everything's related. I think that the composition of our staff, not just racially, but also based on their life experiences, we try to pay attention to having it mirror our student body. And while we're not all the way there, we are miles further towards that than many other spots. And so it's just every single factor. And then also empowering the people closest to the decision to make the decision, whether that's empowering students, whether that's empowering classroom teachers, but really having a spirit of empowering those closest to the action to be empowered to make their decisions.
Great, thank you both. Thank you, Councilor Janey. Next we have Councilor Bach, then we'll have Councilor Flynn. Councilor Bach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm mindful of how many of us counselors are here and how many panels we have, so I don't want to take up a bunch of time. I just want to say I really appreciate the panelists, and I think that It just, to me, what it just reemphasizes again and again is that, you know, we have this way of talking about people and young people in our schools that's very much like, you know, how do you take action Y that has effect X, and I think, you know, what restorative justice is all about is the fact that the real way that human beings interact is relational. And I hear you talking about building those relationships, and being able to acknowledge when those relationships are broken, but doing it in a way that's just sort of fundamentally takes in the whole person. So I really appreciate that. I agree with the questions other counselors have raised. You know, I think what's hard about something that's tailored to the whole person and relationship is that when you're in our chairs, you try to think about, well, how do we systematize this? How do we scale this up? And I think that's the challenge that we're all struggling with on the government side. I think, and obviously the sort of the hard case issue of like, what do you, and maybe if Sunny, you have anything to say about this, just like one of the questions that I've been getting from folks who are more skeptical is well, what happens if there's like a violent incident? And how do we take that kind of relational reparative approach while also keeping everybody safe? So I don't know if you have any comments or experience there, if you want to comment on that. Otherwise, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I think there's a lot of things you can do, but I mean, one simple thing is just engaging outside organizations. So we don't necessarily need to have a police presence within the school. In the rare instances that there is an incident that's serious, you can engage other organizations. You can engage law enforcement. You can engage in, if it's a sort of domestic violence or relationship situation, you could engage folks like BARC, Boston Area Rape Crisis Center, I think it's called, or other community organizations that are specifically trained to handle some of these things. And I don't want to say everything can be handled. There's certain things that are inappropriate to handle through RJ. But I think in those instances, when a party outside the school is handling that, that's almost cleaner and easier. And we have so many partners who specialize in that work and do that well. I will also say we had a circle once for 2 students, and this was sort of optionally done as an extra resource. So it's not something we would sort of force upon students, but they were in a relationship for a long time, and they were really struggling with some unhealthy patterns within their relationship. And Ty, who was our running our restorative programs at the time, brought in a bunch of community members who practice RJ, and had a long session with those students and provided that sort of as a service to those students. You can't do that with everybody, and those students sort of opted into doing that, but there's ways that we can handle things. It's just so many different options become possible in that context. But I do want to say for those people, it's not saying shut everybody out. There's definitely situations where we may need outside intervention. I just think they don't happen as frequently as people fear.
Yeah, no, and that really resonates with me, the point about that being cleaner, because I do think like the types of resources that we have in our schools day in, day out, they set the mood music for students about what kind of a like site is this, right? And so it's like if those resources are law enforcement, it says this is a place of potential like law enforcement interaction and crimes and right, as opposed to if your resources are more relational, you're saying this is community. You know, when we rupture our relationships with each other, we're going to try to rebuild them. So I really appreciate the work you're doing.
Can I say, in terms of the relationships also, I'd prefer to think of it not just as relationships because we use that word so much, but it's relationships on steroids. It's like what kind of relationship is necessary? We had a parent who an incident occurred that we had to do mandated reporting on, and we had to contact Department of Children and Families. That parent called us for support. knew we were making this call, and it was not contentious. Reached out to us for, geez, I know this happened. I know you have to do this. That's not how those conversations normally go. What kind of relationship do you need to have so that that happens in that situation? So that a young person who has to have incredible humility and go in front of their peers and say, I made this mistake, is going to do that. That's what we need to sort of, if we're going to scale up, the question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we have that level of relationship across all our schools? And what do we need, actions do we need to take to make that possible?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Bach. Thank you, Sunny, for that, sharing that experience. We now have Councillor Flynn, and then I think Councillor O'Malley had to leave. He'll be returning shortly. Next, after Councillor Flynn will be Councillor Braden. Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Asabi George. I want to say thank you to Councillors Mejia and Janey as well for filing in this hearing order. And again, to Councillor Asabi George for chairing this important meeting. I agree that our schools should have more counselors, social workers, psychologists that can help students resolve these conflicts. We should employ restorative justice methods in our schools as well. I know now the Boston Police school police under the new chief. She was an officer in C6 in South Boston at one period of time, and she was well respected and did a tremendous job in the Gavin School and in and around the Tynan School. So we certainly have an excellent leader in that department. I also wanted to highlight one issue. I was in between jobs and I was a substitute school teacher at Charlestown High School and at South Boston High School. I don't know if many people remember Val Shalley over at Charlestown. I worked with Val, but I would see the school police and their relationships, the personal relationships they had with the students, and it was something exceptional to see. They knew the students that were struggling, and they knew the students to watch out for, and I was surprised to see that level, that personal connection that our school police had with our students. I didn't think that existed, but it certainly did. And I think the school police, based on my experience, played a tremendous role at Charlestown High School, at South Boston High School. I can only speak from my experiences. But again, just want to say thank you to the panelists for being here, for the makers of this important hearing order. And just wanted to follow up on a brief comment Councilor Mejia made, is I also noticed at Charlestown High School that the police officers that were male police officers, there was some type of, role model, people looking up to the officers at times, treating them with respect, but a little bit of going back and forth in a funny way, building strong relationships. I recognize that was an important part of it, was the personal relationship, but also the role model aspect as well. So those are my thoughts. And again, just want to say thank you to the makers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flynn. Next, we have Councillor Braden, and then we'll have Councillor Flaherty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really interested in this conversation and I'm learning a lot. I know very little about restorative justice, but I really do feel it's a very useful tool in the context of a school setting. I have a young nephew. He's not a young nephew anymore. He's almost 30, but when he was a teenager, a young Black kid in school, and he was having trouble. He said, kids live up to your expectations. So if you have negative expectations and you expect them bad behavior, then that's what you're going to get. So he said he's turned out to be a really admirable young man, and with a lot of support and helping to work through his difficulties, he's managed to keep himself on track. But I just really feel that this RJ model has so much potential, and I look forward to learning more. And hope. Just the one question I have is how widely is it practiced in our schools in the city, and what grade level do schools that use it? What grade level do they start using RJ?
I don't have all of those details, Counselor. I know that there's a huge grant right now that Art actually probably knows more about than me, but that's allowing for professional development across the district for teachers, many teachers, to get sort of basic RJ training. And then there's some support for schools to set up their own RJ systems. There's been an incredible amount of sort of funding and grant writing to make this work more widely possible. At the elementary level, my kids are 6 and 8. They don't necessarily practice restorative justice in name, but they have an open circle curriculum where they're learning to sort of speak with each other and care for each other. So there's many more efforts in recent years, especially with this recent grant, than there have been in the past. I think in addition to that, the question we need to say is, are our schools in a place that this stuff is going to take root quickly? And I think that's where we really need to be looking at what are the obstacles to relationship building. Councillor Flynn made a good observation just in terms of the individuals and the mentoring and the role modeling and all of that happens. I think the BTU has some proposals and some ideas about how if school police were no longer in schools, how jobs could be available for those individuals to apply for, where they can still do that kind of relationship building and that kind of mentoring and that kind of role modeling, but just in a different role. And I think, again, the tone and the setting, if we're going to have these relationships on steroids and we're really going to have stuff happen, the stuff that Sabrina's organization, that SIM, has uncovered through great efforts. I only learned the full extent of it in preparing for today. It's chilling, it's scary. It's stuff that is well intended, I would want to think, but it can just go so wrong. And I'm sure you may hear about that on the other panels. It is frightening to me, and can have drastic impact on students who do not deserve it in the least. And I'm not even talking about a student who maybe made a mistake and is now getting a heavier than usual consequence for it. I'm talking about students who didn't even make a mistake, who are sort of miscategorized or misnamed, and then a whole series of actions ends up happening. And just like you said, what we expect then happens. So I just want to put that work of SIM in context, because there's so much that SIM has worked hard to uncover, has pushed for a policy with BPS around how we disentangle this relationship with the brick, that is important to consider in this whole picture.
Yeah, thank you. And just another comment, really. I worked in special education for many years, and I had an educational psychologist who always said that behavior is communication. And so and I worked with special kids that were deafblind and didn't have good, a lot of, they had severe communication difficulties because of their impairments, but she always said that the behavior was communication, and that if you sit down, and so many young people who are struggling, maybe they don't have the emotional capacity or the language skills to be able to talk about their feelings, and they come out sideways. And so a lot of the time we see disruptive behavior rather than just saying, I'm hurting, I'm scared, I'm afraid, I've had a grief in the family or whatever. And the behavior is, so I think that the sharing circle is such a beautiful model for sitting down and opening a space for students to talk about what's going on in their lives and how they're handling things. So thank you so much for your work. I'm very inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. It looks like Councillor Flaherty has dropped off. I don't see him. So next we have Councillor Arroyo, and then Councillor Wu has joined us.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you to both Sunny and Sabrina for your testimony today. My question, because I feel like you've been asked a bunch of questions, one of the things about me is that I went to BPS from first grade on. So I went to the Sarah Greenwood, I went to the Timilton, and then I went to the O'Brien. Before that, I actually got to go to the Thatcher, Montessori, and Milton. And one of the things that I realized really quickly in my life was the difference in environments. And specifically, as I grew older in BPS, I realized how much we were set up to run similar to prisons, in terms of how we were moved from one place to another, how we were indicated when a class was over, all of the different things in which, control was kind of put on. And this is not, I learned this over time. This was almost by design. And you'll see, like there's certain famous educational movies like Stand By Me, where they make this big deal about the cages in the cafeteria and how you treat children has this impact. And so it's well known, even I would say to the general masses, that the way that you treat and create environments impacts and affects behavior. And so I already have many concerns with sort of the environmental designs of our schools and how they're conducted. As we head into a foreseeable reopening, where they're talking about putting things like markers on the ground. The last time I've seen, arrows and paths to fall on the ground, I was a public defender in the Middleton prison. So last time I've actually seen that. And so my question for both of you, especially you, Sunny, is in what ways do you think we can increase or change the way our environments are put together in BPS to remove some of that environmental oppression that these settings can create?
Sabrina, do you want to go first?
I do know Sabrina had some time restraints, so she may have already left us. Thank you, Sunny, if you'd go.
Thanks, Councilor Arroyo. It's a good question. I don't know. I don't have the job of having to scale up by district, so I just look at it one program or one school. I think you tackle it one policy at a time, and I think you work on having your entire school community on board with all that you just described. Because, like I said, there's things in education that are seductive, and you start to think that having these systems of order are a good idea and are really going to work. And to some extent, they do work. It's just that they have some real unintended consequences as well. And so, I'll say at Charlestown, we engaged in some learning. We read a book together, a book called Make Me. And the author's name is slipping my mind, but it's about student resistance in schools and how when students resist, that's a very natural and developmental thing that teenagers are going to do, and that we don't need to stamp it out, we need to understand it. Just like Councilor Braden said, it's a communication, that behavior. So we first need, as a group of professionals, to make sure we are on the same page with everything that you just described. And then we need to work to interrogate ourselves and break down policies. I mean, I think from a system-wide level, there's things that we've done, like the work Councilor Janey referenced on the code of conduct and stuff like that, to little by little move ourselves. I think we just have to keep moving. At Charlestown, it took, I think, 7 years before we got rid of our rule that you can't wear a hat inside the school. And during those 7 years, there were so many conflicts between teachers and students over a hat. And when I first got there, I said, why do we have this rule? Because my previous school didn't have it. And I got shouted down like in a meeting. And then 7 years later, we completely got rid of it, right? And so I think that kind of slope, it's frustratingly slow sometimes, but how do we interrogate everything and little by little keep moving towards a shared common vision? And in order to do that, we have to have the shared common vision. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I don't know a way to shortcut it, because you have to build trust and you have to build community and you have to make sure that people really believe in what they're doing.
Thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. The pause, we're at the last seconds as it is. Thank you. Counselor Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair and everyone. And I'm really sorry that I'm coming in late. So if you have already answered this, please just say I've answered this and I'm going to go back and watch the tape for every question. So I just wanted to start big picture. And do you all feel like the district there's already a stated full commitment to the type and breadth of restorative justice that we need?
I think there's a stated commitment to it, and I think there's been a lot of work towards it. I am concerned not just for the district, but for sort of the educational world at large, that folks don't really deeply understand the level of relationship needed to pull it off well. And I think you can pull off a version of it and that'll still be better than what we have. But if you're truly going to go for the gold and make this and reap all the benefits of this, we need to be willing to interrogate everything in our system and align it to an RJ values. I'm not sure that we yet have the understanding, much less the will to do that work.
Got it. Okay. That was I was trying to get where we are in kind of a spectrum of, okay, commitment vaguely to, shared community visioning, to principles, to implementation, to outcomes. And so we're still very, very early on.
I think folks are 100% on board of implementing it and 100% pushing it. I think the question is how much money is really behind it. And do we have a shared vision of what the endpoint could really look like? That's what we're working on.
Yeah. Okay. And then money in terms of professional development and training and staffing, money also in terms of facilities. I remember in all the Build BPS conversations, sometimes RJ would kind of, poke up as we're going to need more either conference rooms or separate spaces where groups or individuals can go. Do you feel like that is enough of the conversation now in terms of the funding needs, or how fleshed out are the sort of resource requirements?
Yeah, I mean, facilities would be amazing, and there's schools in Oakland that sort of were built around RJ models that it makes such a difference in. I'm thinking more just about how we give staff the time to build relationships with each other and build relationships with students. The amount of professional development that's sort of standard in a typical BPS school is not enough. When I was at the Arts Academy and then also in DP teachers meet for an hour and a half outside the school day 3 times a week, I think. Might be 2 hours on some days. That's an enormous amount of time per week. That's like, what is it? 3, 4, 4 to 6, 4.5 to 6 hours a week is what we meet. The contract allows for 24 hours, right? And I don't believe in teachers sort of being asked to meet additionally without compensating them fully. So I think we need to acknowledge that these professionals need time to build with each other and then to be able to build with students. There's other things. There's a school in Houston that has a psychologist on staff who is for the staff. So that if you're in a restorative justice hearing with a student and it comes to light, you have this epiphany that you were hard on this student because of this thing that happened in your past with your own parent or something like this. The psychologist can then process that with the teacher so that they're not stuck now having opened this can of worms. There's so many things like that that I feel like we're not considering, because oftentimes it's like, oh, this is this great thing because it's zero budget. We just have to switch our policies and then this whole thing's gonna work, right? And these people are very well intended and I'm so glad they're on board, but it can very quickly fall apart then. And then the people who are concerned that, hey, we're replacing a system that at least keeps people safe with something totally ad hoc, that's where those criticisms can be fair because we're not putting in enough supports to make sure this thing can thrive in the way that it should.
Got it. Okay, my last question is, I think similarly broad in some ways, but in terms of where the motivation to actually get this right and find the resources and how it looks, can you talk a little bit, Sunny, about what the idea, in your view, what the ideal kind of interplay between top down and schools up would look like, right? Like how much of this is set by like with consistent standards around funding or resources and, you know, some of the contractual stuff versus allowing and empowering schools to determine what it looks like in each building or community.
And if you could just be brief with that response, because we're at the time, and I think one of our panelists in the next group can answer some of them as well.
Sure. I think it's about asking the right questions. So when the folks on top ask the right questions to steer you in the right direction, then folks at the school level can have individual conversations. You can't just have conversations with no guardrails because you're going to end up in all these different places. But one of the questions I asked earlier that I want to end on is, you know, are we prepared to harness this thing to its full extent? You know, are we prepared to really build relationships? What's in the way for us to build relationships? If that's the kind of question that's coming from the top, and schools are being asked to build the strongest relationship model possible in whatever way that they want to do that, and that's the dialogue happening from top to the school, that's what I would like to see, and that's where I think we'd have the biggest growth.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilor Rowan. Thank you, Sunny, for that. Sunny and Sabrina, I think Sabrina has left. Sunny, you're welcome to continue to stay here, but we are going to move to our next panel and hear some more. Councilor Braden has asked me to share. The name of the book is Make Me, Understanding and Engaging Student Resistance in School by Eric Teshalis. So that's that. So we're going to move to the next panel with Chief Coakley Grice and Kim Pelletrew and Arthur Collins to speak a little bit. So if we could, again, I would like to remind colleagues that we do have another panel that has a number of people on it. So we'll try to keep this moving, and I'll welcome Chief and congratulations on the new position. And I'm going to leave the floor to you.
Well, good morning. And first, with great appreciation to Superintendent Casilius. My name again is Neva Coakley Grice, and I am the newly appointed Chief of Safety Services for Boston Public Schools School Police. Thank you, Councilors George, Camo, Mejia, Janie, and Flynn. Thank you for the good words. Thank you for having myself and my colleagues here today to discuss the very important role of the Boston Public Schools School Police. I spent my formative years as a Boston Public School student. Upon graduation, I left Boston to attend Hampton University in Virginia. Once completed, I returned home to Boston to join my family and raise my son as I began my 27-year career with BPD in the city and neighborhoods I love and still live in today. As you begin hearing testimonies and have heard testimonies and discussions on restorative justice practice, I'd like to share with you my vision for the Boston School Police moving forward. My plans for the department moving forward promotes changes that stress partnership, prevention, and problem solving as core principles in a redefined role and approach to public safety and the school department. These benchmarks principles will serve as the foundation for reform-minded changing to administrative practices, training, and operational strategies. I plan on innovative approaches that stress community and student engagement through an intervention and supportive lens, restorative justice models, youth enrichment, and flexible training for staff. This will further support the development of safety service as a partner in the education of our children in the 21st century. I look to the future for our department as a proactive, service-oriented unit that promotes partnerships, prevention, and problem solving and the use of enforcement as a last option. We will work with BPS and city partners to reposition the department as a proactive and efficient contribution to the education and safety of our students and community members. My 54 officers and 18 superior officers are unarmed and licensed as special police under Rule 400A the Boston Police Licensing Unit. We have jurisdiction, including options to arrest on all properties owned or controlled by Boston Public Schools. We closely collaborate with all administrators to provide a safe and productive environment for all students, staff, and families. We observe students' arrivals, their transitions throughout the building, and dismissals. But more than that, we are an integral part of the fabric of the school community, culture, and environment. We serve as coaches, mentors, instructors, and in some cases, educators, even while ensuring that all come and go safely. We establish a recognizable image that has fostered a sense of familiarity and stability for more than 55,000 students. In my short 3 weeks, I began to instill the core principles of positive engagement and self-empowerment. We embrace a new philosophy that centers on relationships, prevention, and community. This shift in the narrative will provide the department as a partner in the shared responsibility of educating and protecting our children and community members. I look forward to working collaboratively, as it is my belief that we all have the same goals: a safe, stable, supportive environment for every student, administrator, and partner in our schools. Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd have Arthur Collins. He is here to talk about our restorative justice models within BPS.
Thank you, Chief. Welcome, Arthur.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. I am the restorative justice practices coach for the district, the one. And I say that because I think we need to, and I've been in the Boston Public School systems. This is going into my 15th year. I graduated and matriculated through Boston Public Schools, and I'm a resident of District 7. So I just wanted to put that out there first. But I say that the one because I think if we're really going to think about how we implement restorative practices, we really need to think about the resources. We alluded to talking about Oakland earlier, and I think that's a great model because they're a very comparable district to us here, very comparable city. And I want us to think about what they've invested in where we are in our investment. They had a department of 40 people dedicated to this work around restorative practices, and they had a budget of $2.3 million. So I just want us to put that out there, and you can kind of let that marinate a little bit because we're in a very different place if we're trying to figure out where we end up with this. There are very small pockets of many people doing restorative practices, but I think one of the things that we need in order to get to where we want to be is to figure out how to bring those folks together and build consensus around that. The very same concepts that we think about when it comes to implementing restorative practice among students needs to happen within our district also, not only with our students, but with the adults in our city also. So it's a mindset. People often want me to come in and think about how can you do your program here? Well, it's not a program. It's a paradigm shift on how we think. And we need to think about all the proactive pieces that come into it first, because that's the large part about it, the consensus building, the community building, the relationship building, emphasis on that. And then when we talk about dealing with harm, that's a smaller portion of it when everything else is done correctly. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. And I think we're in a good place. We're primed right now to really take it in a direction where I think it should go. But I love the fact that we're having these conversations now is what Sunny had alluded to earlier. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you, Chief Coakley-Grice. Is that it for your two, and we can get to questions?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have Kim as well.
Oh, does Kim want to speak, or is Kim here to answer questions as needed?
I can certainly move along to questions, Counselor, and chime in. That's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I will just say, in my, as a BPS grad myself, and as a former teacher in my time teaching and sort of adding these additional 4.5, 5 years on, I've seen a real shift in the way that we talk about discipline in our schools, and we talk about a need to shift to restorative justice. And over the last 20 years, that's changed significantly. And certainly from my time in high school working on, at that point, the city's code of discipline, we've changed a tremendous amount. And I'm happy, Arthur, to hear about your work and to I'm encouraged about the desire to do more of this. Now let's put it into practice. Let's put it into play. So Councilor Mejia, if you'd like to ask either Chief or Arthur some questions, you're welcome to. I'll start the timer and go through the roll call again. Councilor Mejia.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. So just really quickly, I'm just curious about how BSP monitors student and parent satisfaction with their role in the schools. Are there opportunities where families can provide input, whether it be through surveys? And I guess this question is more for Kim, since you've been on a lot longer. Just wanted to know what you have done to engage families in this conversation.
Thank you, Counselor, and thanks to everyone for having us today. We certainly have had multiple discussions with families. Any questions that come up through 311 or ombudsperson, we address directly. We have not sent out a direct survey to families or communities, but they have had the opportunity through other mechanisms and surveys to certainly comment on the services in general. I think moving forward, which the chief touched upon a bit, this has been the philosophy in moving forward in the last 2 to 3 years, right? This prevention, intervention oriented engagement model for Boston School Police. And I firmly believe, as I stated from the beginning, and I'm going into my 5th school year, that an urban school district, the umbrella of safety services, in collaboration with multiple internal and external partners, has to be prevention and intervention focused. It has to be based on communication and relationships, and it has to be based on how you coordinate school-based teams with the extensive resources we have in BPS to draw those lines for young people for successful pathways, safe and successful pathways in life, meaning academic and social and emotional. So we need to create more proactive avenues to get direct feedback. And I'm certainly be having those conversations with Chief Coakley and others at Central Office as we move forward. I think particularly in this time of unprecedented crisis, we've had some really extraordinary transition, and with that comes opportunity, which we are very excited about.
Great. And just to kind of just stay on this train of thought in terms of engagement, I'm just curious, and this question again is for you, Kim, if you could just talk to me a little bit about your level of engagement with the school police officers and the role that they play in helping to inform the thinking in terms of the relationship building.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think as you've heard, even from some counselors who have experienced this in schools, we in general need to highlight, we need to move away from the anecdotal. And as we reframe the position and redefine the role, we need to provide the professional development and resources for those officers to become a fabric of each school community, right? And so we have gone in with the philosophy and vision that they are a proactive part of every school community and leadership team. They should be an active part of the student support team and safety team within the building. I think the best officers operate through their communication and relationships, not only established with students as a primary, but staff throughout the building. If you consider every BPS building as a microcosm of BPS with all departments represented and the families of those students.
So I'm going to move along just because I know that I got this timer situation. I do have more question for you.
Sure.
I'm just also curious about the budget. You know, I hear from a lot of police officers who oftentimes come out of their own pocket to help supplement building the relationships with the students. So I'm just curious, you know, what efforts are being made to help support, if we're looking at a restorative justice model, and if we're really serious about relationship building, what budget is set aside to help supplement and support these efforts?
Within safety services, we have some flexibility to facilitate professional development and community engagement. We certainly look at our budget every single year and we're extremely frugal, but I think this is an opportunity to be more creative with the budget and access those opportunities. I don't see that as a barrier. I think that I just wanted to add that in the under the prevention and intervention umbrella, so that folks understand kind of some of the broader work and what we've been pushing for.
Yeah, sorry.
We were able.
I'm gonna have to cut you off for this.
That's okay.
I have one more question that I want to make sure that I get in here, and it's about, talk to me about how the Boston Public School Police collects data, because this is a concern How do you collect data and how do you and share it? Because there's a lot of concerns around data sharing. Can you just talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, data is collected as officers complete an SSR1 report. There's certain data fields within that database. And if, for instance, if you want to run arrest data or different data, it's dependent upon those fields. It's a bit of an antiquated database system that BPS is aware of. We'd like to update, but
Okay.
that's where that's our primary source of data.
And then would you be able to tell me, have there been any parent complaints submitted about misconduct with school police officers? And if so, where would that information live?
It would live with probably our Office of Labor Relations. Those incidents are, any complaint or report of anything is handled through our legal office, along with our department in collaboration to resolve those issues.
Okay, and can you, one last question, and I know Asabi George, you're allowing me a little bit of extra time. I do appreciate it. I'm just curious in terms of racial background, in terms of the different levels of leadership. Can you just talk to me about it on the executive level, you know, lieutenant, sergeant, kind of like how many people are of color in positions of leadership within the
I don't have the exact breakdown of the superior officers, but I can say that of all of the staff, the 80 staff in safety services, there's 42% identify as Black, 28% Hispanic, and 30% white. 20% of those officers speak a second language. In the executive team, management team, we have 3 women, 2 identify as Black, and we have a Deputy Chief Johnson who's white.
And how is your role now? How I mean, because I'm trying to understand the role that you're the executive director. That's and correct. Then Chief Coakley. So what? Help me understand the relationship and how the dynamics work between these two roles.
Sure. So Chief Grice's primary responsibility is Boston School Police and the 75 officers that fall under her. There's a lot that is entailed within that: deployment, professional development, all of the personnel issues that go along with it. I am there to support her on that framework, and there are multiple other aspects that we overlap. I do a lot of policy and procedure work complemented by her and my other staff, prevention and intervention initiatives, communication and liaisoning with central office and external partners around communication of incidents. That's in general description. There's a lot of other work that goes into it. And when we hit the ground, as many of you well know, when students, it looks like students will, in some way, shape, or form, enter school in September, incidents, the handling of those incidents and the proactive prevention intervention piece of mitigating those become one of our primary objectives.
All right. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you. And, you know, Kim, Chief Grice and Arthur, thank you so much for the work you guys have done across your entire careers. Really appreciate it. And I want to definitely go on record and support you, Arthur, in a need to invest more resources, both monetary and human capital, in this restorative justice project, right? And restorative justice, or RJ, is only one way in which to create community, right? To get away from law enforcement approach to a different approach that we know to be effective. So definitely want to go on record in saying we need to increase investment there. We need more human capital to do this work across all our schools. It should be available to every student, every teacher, every administrator. Anyone who sort of says, I want to do this in my school, it's going to be hard work, shouldn't be denied that. So definitely want to go on record saying that. And on the code of conduct changes, you know, obviously, when I was an education attorney, we had the original BPS code of conduct. This was before the changes in the state law. And obviously, there were transitions. There was a lot of advocacy over years to make changes there, but we did it, right? And then schools across the Commonwealth had to adopt to those changes. So clearly, we can shift from a model that's more law enforcement, or as we talked about, Chief Grice, right? Like this, school police were created back in the 70s with busing and real safety concerns. And then this model sort of perpetuated based on various things. But we've done it before where we've transitioned systems. We did it with the code of conduct. And so I'm really curious to hear from you in your new role, and from Arthur as well, is how do we transition away from a school police presence, even naming school police, into whether it is a restorative justice person, right? Or a mentor, a counselor, some other even, not just the label is important, how you show up is important in building trust. How do we shift from that model to a model that includes RJ and other ways in which to build community and sense of belonging that Sunny was really talking about as well?
I think, thank you again, for having me in this conversation. I think this kind of helps with that shift, these dialogues and these discussions, and having everyone involved and everyone's piece being involved in those discussions. Also, what's moving forward to thinking about, law enforcement different in the schools, school police officers in the schools different. Like I said, I'm really looking at different models as far as prevention, problem solving. I come from good stock. I must admit, coming from BPD and the Bureau of Community Engagement, my last assignment with Superintendent Nora Bastion, and some of the things that we did was always out of the box and out of the box thinking and thinking about engagement and being progressive with our community policing model. The same thing, I'm bringing that same attitude over to BPS and my school police officers. That's going to be a different look, a different training aspect. And I've always been a big fan of restorative justice. I remember when it came in the very beginning, back in maybe the late, early 2000s, when we started just sitting down at the table with some of the other individuals on the panel, talking about how could that be a really revolutionary model in problem solving within our, at the time, it was just our criminal justice system. So I'm very happy that it's in the schools now. But I'm looking at bringing that training into our officers. A lot of them have already had the training. So we're looking at really expounding on that training and possibly being some of the trainers involved in some of our other officers. So we're really looking at just changing that narrative as far as shifting it from arrest and separation really to engaging and empowering young people. And we're doing that now, Andrea. Like I mean, I can't even say it enough. I kind of have a little difficulty separating us because we are the community. We are part of our learning environment. And I think that's the way the officers feel. I spent the first couple of weeks really getting out and talking to the officers and seeing how they feel, listening to their stories. And I feel the anecdotes are very important. A lot of them during our discussions accidentally, refer to the young people as their students, as their children, because that's the way they feel. And that's the kind of model that I want to foster moving forward, coupled with training and training in the restorative justice models, also and presentation. And I don't want to elaborate too much because I'm still, kind of getting my feet wet. But we're looking at a number of different things as far as our look and feel within the Boston Public Schools to be a contributing integral factor moving forward.
And I'll just say, I mean, and this is, we'll probably make sure Councilor Sabi George, as chair of the committee, knows, we sent a whole list of questions around the number of officers in school police and BPS, BPD, asking for where school police, what schools folks are at, how they rotate. A lot of questions on policy training, information sharing with BRIC, and data specifically, right? The number of incidents you see every year, disaggregated by different race, English language learner status, et cetera, by school. A lot of metrics to sort of get at what we're talking about here. So I know we got an email last night. The administration's still working on those responses. So I will also make sure that other counselors and the chair has that too, and we'll loop her in. So I guess because of time's sake, I have I guess two more questions. One is, we have been talking about, the pushback to shifting and saying, do away with school police within our schools, right? We have the BPD unit external, something goes down, we'll figure this out. Obviously there are protocols in place, but in school, really talking about what does it mean to really support a young person through mentorship, guidance, understanding our students come with a lot and need a lot of supports. So really that data was to really, the request for data in terms of the number of incidents you see was to really get at being able to define the problem, because some folks have been pushing back and saying you cannot get rid of school police in our schools. You know, there are assaults going on, there are things, violent things going on. But then the flip side is, well, what does it mean to create that sense of community where RJ can come alive, for example? That's harder work, right? That creates a, it's more long-term, I think, than immediate, you know, let's arrest you, let's get you out of this school. And so the data requests were really important. Even if such data isn't robust, it still would be helpful. So I just wanted to put that on the record. I guess that's a comment, not a question. And then my last question is, what is the current specific, and maybe this is for you, Arthur, like the policies, the practices with respect to RJ, de-escalation, alternatives, right, to say arrest, to discipline, school discipline, to a hearing. What's the policy that's currently in place for these types of practices? And how do we get a culture in which everyone in the system, the adults, like you said, as well as the students, buy into that?
That's a great question. And I think it has a few little levels to it. But one that I will say is that it varies in every school. And this is what I talked about with small pockets of people doing the work. So what I've seen is that you have really good people from principals, administrators, leadership in schools, but depending on where they are, what school building they're in, who's actually working for them, their mindset, it varies. And then there's a lot of turnover from year to year. So people change, and then that change goes with them sometimes. So I think one of the things that I'm really happy about is that this particular year, we did revise the code of conduct. And there's a lot, and I think many administrators, for instance, many principals, they often go directly to that code of conduct to figure out how to handle disciplinary actions or items. So, but the code is so different now. And I hope that it is embraced in the way that we've embraced the last version of the code of conduct. I think that's going to make a huge difference. And restorative practices is not just going to be a buzzword, but it's going to be something that I think people, we need to move in that direction. And I think hopefully they will embrace it because it's in the code of conduct also. You know, so those are some of the policies, but I think we're getting more savvy with it. I think we feel like we have all this knowledge and it's perfected, but it's not. So it's an ever evolving, changing kind of thing, but at least now we're moving in a direction of where I think we should be going.
And I'll just add, this is very helpful. I'll end with the data was not only to create a sense of the problem, but also to see if the school police presence makes a difference, right, in making schools safer, students safer as well. Thank you. And Councilor Sabi-George, we'll be sure to share you on that because I'm not sure if we.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because I don't have that information, and we can
Awesome.
include that in the
Thank you
committee
very
report
much.
as
Thank
well.
you, guys.
Councilor Janey.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have several questions. So I will be brief with asking and ask that you be brief in your response. First, wanted to just thank you, Arthur, and acknowledge your comment earlier that this isn't a program that we're talking about, but really just a shift. I'm interested in really understanding, number one, how many schools have police, which ones, and how many have the restorative justice? Who's implementing that? Is there a comparison that someone on this panel can give us? And if not, hopefully we can follow up through the chair to get that information. So I'm interested in how many schools, we've got what, 120, 125 schools. How many of them have school police officers?
So if I could modify that request, Councilor Janey,
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
ask for that list from whether it's Chief Coakley-Grice or Kim or Arthur on the number of police officers, where they're assigned, what their role is, and then the restorative justice piece. That'd be really good information for us to have. Thank you.
So I'd like to understand that. I am also, as I said in the opening, wanting us to think about how we repurpose, phase out. We're having those discussions with our Boston police officers. We're not maybe with them just yet, but we're having that amongst ourselves as a council. There will be hearings and the public will be invited to share in that conversation about how we respond to crisis. And so for me, the same question exists in our schools. You know, are there ways to think about how we really beef up the social and emotional wellness piece and bring in, maybe there are existing school police officers that would be retrained and certified somewhere else. Just thinking of how we got school police around the crisis of busing in our city. I'm a young person that survived that, who was 11 years old when I had to integrate Boston Public Schools. So do you have any thoughts about that? How to repurpose or rethink?
Well, not per se repurpose. I think that training is going to be a very an important aspect as far as our school police officers. I think really, particularly in the restorative justice model, I think we're looking at, you know, expanding that in more schools. From what I understand, it just started a couple of years ago, Arthur, and in a couple of schools. So we're looking at really, did you want to say something, Arthur?
Oh, no, go ahead. I was trying to hear you.
That we're going to look at expanding that model in more schools with more officers.
Well, I would be very interested. You know, I think the more we can rethink, I've got an ordinance with colleagues, Councilor Roy and Councilor Wu, that looks at the role of school police and reporting and the observation. And so I think there's a lot of conversation that we have to continue to have. I'm interested
Councilor Janey, could I add? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm interested in arrest data, so I do want to keep moving.
Yeah.
I'm interested in what the arrest data is, how many, who's been arrested by race, which schools, and then whether or not that information is being reported. The state law says that information has to be reported. The school district must report to the state. And my understanding is that isn't happening. And so I'd like an update on when the last time that did happen, in addition to the data. So how many young people have been arrested by race, which schools, types of incidents, and then whether that information is shared with the state. Do we have that here? Can we get that later?
We can get that later. We certainly, we can follow up on the report out to the state, but we certainly have most, if not all of that data can be extracted from the database. And I think part of it is already in the data request, Council.
Can you talk about some of the, I know we've been talking about training, de-escalation, so can you say how many officers are already trained in that? What is the constant way you keep officers up to date on restorative justice practices, on de-escalation and other things? Can you just speak more? And I know there was some, I think Councilor Mejia may have been asking about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just tell you what the little bit that I do know? Last year, so like I said, there were small pockets of practitioners, and we have what's called the NIJ grant, the National Institute for Justice grant, with a partnership of BPS and Suffolk University. And I mention that because they've been working with 30 schools over the last couple of years. But last year we tried to, and we did do training with some of the school police officers. I don't have the exact number because I wasn't officially part of that training. I helped with the planning process of it. So I am excited that Chief Grice is here because her staff has already reached out to me about providing upcoming trainings for all her staff as we move forward into the future. So that's the little bit that I know. I know some things have happened, but this is what I mean. We need to have a bigger coalition around how we coordinate and plan and do the work. So that's just.
Can we come back to the information? And I won't take too much time because I know we'll have a hearing on that ordinance, but what kind of information are you thinking about changes, I think is a better question, to the type of information that school police officers track when they observe students?
Well, we're looking at a number of different things, Councilwoman Janey, and we're still in the process of kind of formulating some policies. Looking at different policies coming in now, and one is the information sharing policy.
I would love to, as a follow-up, get the ordinance to the folks on this panel So we'll do that so that you have it, and then we'll have when we have that hearing, we'll have I think a good conversation. I know I must be running low on my time.
You're over your time.
If a young, so this is my last question. If a young person or a parent feels that they have been mistreated in some way by a police officer, what avenue, a school police officer, what avenue do they have in terms of recourse or reporting that? What happens currently, and how can we improve upon that?
Well, they have a problem with one of the police officers as far as reporting. They can come directly to me. I told them that I have an open door policy. I'm going to be around. I've been at mostly all the schools during our stations for the summer. We're doing the food distribution stations, but during the school year, I'm going to be one of those roaming chiefs. I'm out and about. That's where I come from. That's what I've always done. I've always been a kind of boots on the ground individual, and I don't plan to stop that. Matter of fact, we're going to boots that up. If a person or a student has a difficulty with one of our police officers, I think this kind of fits in perfectly with the restorative justice model. I think we can sit down and talk to that officer, along with administration, along with parents. And I even like the idea of even bringing in other community partners to sit down and see if we can rectify that. And if we can solve it at that level, that would be great. If it has to go any further, then I'll take appropriate actions.
Can I just add to the repurposing question, Counselor, but quickly? Just to educate the panel, this is an important aspect, I think, coming into this school year, pardon me, we repurposed 2 officer positions. We eliminated 2 positions to make room for what we thought identified by school leaders and identified by our work in central office and on the ground. Repurposed the funding for 2 officers for an assistant director focused on prevention and intervention and direct service to schools, particularly student support teams and individual young people who presented with the highest level of need. This position was filled with someone with a specialty with special ed, Julian Kelton, mental health counseling, masters, and 14 years of operational experience on the ground. This has been an integral part of the department moving forward with prevention and intervention. There's a whole other aspect of partnerships and communication and collaboration on specific young people with communication with families that I'm happy to articulate for this group in the future, because it's really setting the tone for the model that Chief Price and I would like to see implemented moving forward, and how do we incorporate our officers into that model more proactively.
I also just want to add, Kim, you had mentioned earlier about complaints going through the legal office. I think it'd probably be helpful, just where this question's come up again, if we could have sort of the details on the official policy and what the procedure is if there is a complaint. Thank you. Anything else, Councilor Janey, before we move to Councilor Braden?
I know we're running low on time, and I know a lot of people want to testify, so we'll have several opportunities. So thank you. I want to thank this panel.
Councilor Braden, and then we'll be, it looks like, with Councilor Arroyo after Councilor Braden. Very good. We'll go to Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel. So I'm just going to jump right into questions to make the most of the time. State law, specifically the Criminal Justice Reform Act of 2018, required all cities to update their Memorandum of Understanding in 2018. Among other things, the law requires that our Memorandum of Understanding state clearly that we cannot use police powers to respond to school discipline matters, specifically Section 37P, where I'm reading from the statute, says the Memorandum of Understanding shall state that school resource officers shall not serve as school disciplinarians, as enforcers of school regulations, or in place of licensed school psychologists, psychiatrists, or counselors, and that school resource officers shall not use police powers to address traditional school discipline issues, including nonviolent disruptive behavior. And my understanding is that the last time we did this was in 1996 in terms of creating a Memorandum of Understanding, and that we did not follow state law and create one in 2018. Do we know where we are on that new Memorandum of Understanding?
I can speak to that, Counselor. Yeah, the new Memorandum of Understanding's in process, along with a couple of other critical policies around information sharing with BPD. I would also, just as a point of clarification, school-based teams, administrators, and student support teams are the primary for handling discipline issues in schools. We do not consider, the Boston School Police do not consider themselves disciplinarians. So I just want to make that clarifying point. Certainly de-escalation and initial interactions with young people to the best of our abilities completed by trained school teams.
And so when you say they don't consider themselves disciplinarians and they make arrests and have arresting powers and detaining powers, what is that just considered law enforcement? What do we consider that?
Well, I would say that discipline in the wide umbrella of discipline is much different as it applies to the code of conduct than a situation that would culminate in arrest as a last resort. And those decisions have to be made within schools, sometimes with a lot of feedback, sometimes not, depending on the circumstances, meaning for the safety of an individual or the safety of that school community, it has to happen very quickly. That might be a different conversation, but I just wanted to clarify the inherently critical role that school-based teams play in the primary discipline handlings in every single school.
Okay, and then when we talk about BPS having protocols in place for its school police and BPD having protocols in place for their school police unit, is there anywhere where we can access that publicly, what those protocols are? If I were, say, a parent or wanted to see what BPS's school police protocols were, would I be able to access that publicly online in any way or publicly in any way?
You would be able to request it for sure. The other,
So I'd have to request it. I wouldn't be able to just say, I want to know what BPS school police's protocols are, pop that in a Google search bar and find it.
well, there's some pieces of it around how we handle certain issues in policy and superintendent circulars as public record on the website, but specifically those protocols are being updated by the department now, and anything around BPD in the school unit, obviously that request would have to go through them.
Okay, so I guess can we consider this my official request for both of those? Is it possible for me to get those back?
Yeah, we can certainly have that conversation and follow up with you.
Perfect, appreciate that, thank you. Very quickly with the communication with BPD, I'm aware that this has been under some kind of reconstruction probably over the last 2 years, ever since the incident in East Boston. What protocols and procedures exist to dictate what information is shared formally and informally, including texting, emails, or phone calls between the Boston School Police and the Boston Police Department itself?
So we have a memo that was initiated in May of 2018 that we're happy to share around communication, and it filters through the deputy chief or chief of safety services when it needs to be shared with the liaison for Boston Police Department. We also have a tracker, and we are, as you well know, under the guise of FERPA, there are several restraints on information that we can share. When we do share under the safety and emergency clause in FERPA, we have to justify that sharing, and that also goes through the chief or deputy chief and with consultation with OLA and the superintendent's office.
And
so, for example, a missing child or a medical emergency, et cetera.
Okay. And in terms of keeping track of how many times the Boston School Police communicate with BPD, do we have a number for how many times they've actually been in contact or communicated around any matter?
Bit of a broad question, but we can certainly talk about when we've shared information. I'm happy to follow up and talk a little bit more about that with you if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great. Let's do that follow up. And just back on the first thing I asked about the memorandum of understanding, you said it's currently in process. Do we have a timeline for completion?
I'll follow up with OLA on that. The information sharing policies that are going to go before the school committee, I believe they're slated to go in August. We're trying to coincide those things so that all of that work is updated, approved. I know the superintendent spent an extraordinary amount of time consulting with the community and advocates, has as our Office of Legal Advisor, and working with BPD to work out the details. So hopefully as soon as possible.
Thank you. Let me just run through my list really quick and see what other questions I have here.
And
how am I doing on time?
Councilor Arroyo, you are over time. I'll allow you another question while you're searching through your notes. I do want to note that as we prepare for the next panel, If the following people could raise their blue hand so we could prepare to add you to the Zoom. Neosaj, Laura, and Elizabeth, who are slated on this next panel. I see those hands raised. We'll do that magic on our end. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Arroyo, for your last question.
In terms of getting involved, because it's not considered discipline, according to you, what are the circumstances in which a Boston school police officer would get involved rather than a school administrator or counselor? Are these delineated? Is there a this probably would be in protocols, I would assume, but is there a delineation of when a Boston school police officer would get involved as opposed to any other school resource?
Chief, you wanna?
Yeah, for the most part, we would get it. For the most part, we would get involved if at the request of administrators or teachers. We would also get involved if it elevates to the level of a criminal act in school. But in most cases, we try to really mediate it at the level of the administration and with the teachers.
Thank you. And I might need a second round if that's possible for this panel. I have more questions for this panel than any other, but if it's not possible, I understand, and I'll just send them in.
So if you'd please send them in, Councilor Arroyo, we do have a number of follow-ups to receive from them, and we are moving to the third panel prior to extensive public testimony. Will
do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo, and thank you to this panel for joining us this morning and into this afternoon as we prepare to move to the third panel. Chief and your team, you're welcome, and Arthur and Kim, you're welcome to stay. And I think the preference would be to have you continue to watch offline or off of this screen. Thank you for that. And we'll move to the third panel. I also want to see if we've been joined by Miss Jean Pierre. Is Miss Pierre with us? So if we get her in, we'll welcome her for. Oh,
I believe she's joined us.
Okay. Is that Miss Pierre raising your hand? I've got a Fiona raising their hand. I'm not sure if that's the names should match. That's very helpful when we allow people into this Zoom. Councilor Mejia, do you know if that's Fiona?
I don't know. I know that she was going to join us after 11:30. I was informed by my staff that she would be joining us. I just don't know what name she is using. I know we have Ashley Rose on deck as well.
Yep, so we've got Laura, Elizabeth, and Ashley, and I see Miss Thomas with us as well. I think she'll speak on this panel. But Fiona, I see Fiona's been added to the Zoom. Fiona? Are you here for public testimony or are you here for this panel? And perhaps we have you.
Wait, hold on. I'm here for testimony.
All right, Fiona, we're going to put you back into the waiting room. I appreciate that. We'll get going with Laura, Elizabeth, Ashley, and Ms. Thomas. So I guess with this panel, we'll start with Laura as I have her listed first. Laura, welcome. If you'd introduce yourself for the group.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon now. And thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Laura Rotolo. I am with the American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts. Thank you for the invitation and for this really important conversation that we're having today. And I just want to start with saying that while this conversation is framed as restorative justice and the role of police, I want to challenge us to really think about phasing out the presence of police in school without waiting first on a full rollout of restorative justice models. We've heard today that restorative justice is about much more than addressing harmful acts, that it's about building trust and growing community, and that it's something that takes funding and a lot of time. But I believe that there is an urgency in the harm that police cause in our schools today. And I want to focus just on three short points. One is about the disproportionate impact on students of color. The second is about collaboration with ICE that we've heard about today. And the third is about transparency. So firstly, I just want to talk about the disproportionate impact on students of colors. We know from years of studies that students of color are more likely than white students to be disciplined, suspended, and expelled. And in Boston, they are also more likely to be arrested. In 2012, the ACLU and Citizens for Juvenile Justice published a report called Arrested Futures based on school arrest data, the data that we've been talking about today. And this goes back from 2008 to 2012. That data included Boston. And in Boston, what we found was that students who were classified as African-American accounted for 63% of all arrests, even though they accounted for slightly more than 1/3 of the student body. So again, they were 1/3 of the student body, 63% of all arrests. And that tracks with studies that we know, through essentially decades of work on this issue of policing in schools, that it's the students of color who are most likely to be arrested and affected by this. Secondly, collaboration with ICE. I just want to highlight some of the points that have already been talked about today. That it's not just the information about status that is not shared with ICE. What we know is that police in schools write up reports about observations they make, and those reports are shared with the BRIC, the Boston Regional Intelligence Center. And they're also shared within the Boston Gang Database, where students quickly rack up points that make them considered a gang member. And those points can be something as simple as being in the cafeteria with somebody else who has a point, wearing the wrong color shirt that is considered a gang color, or a hat that is considered a gang hat. You may have heard about the East Boston case where a student was deported to El Salvador based on an incident report from an East Boston school police officer. That report was about what was called an unsuccessful, quote unquote, unsuccessful attempt at a fight in a cafeteria. So while nothing actually happened at the end of that fight, the report made its way into the BRIC, and that report made its way to ICE. And those facts were enough to get this child deported. And he wasn't the only one. We also know of another young person who was put into deportation proceedings because he was labeled a gang member based on incidents that happened in the school. Another young person accumulated gang points by even being a victim of an assault in a school, but because he was also seen leaving the school and hanging out with others who themselves were alleged gang members. And so we see this chain reaction happening where one person is considered a gang member, they start racking up points, and everybody who associates with that student is also considered a gang member. And that is enough for ICE to deport the students that we are serving, constitutionally required to serve in our schools. So lastly, I want to talk a little bit about transparency. We've been talking a lot today already about the data about school arrests. The details of the work of police in schools is a matter of public record and should be reported regularly to the public on a regular basis, especially the families of the students who are in the Boston Public Schools. And yet this doesn't happen. Families are currently in the dark about the scope and impact of having police in schools. As Councilors Campbell and Janey told us a little while ago, we don't have the current arrest data. Our report from 2012 took years of work just to obtain those records, and this hasn't changed. I know of several requests for public information that are outstanding. One is from the Center for Juvenile Justice and Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee. Another is by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, Center for Law and Education, and the Multicultural Educational Training and Advocacy Center. And they recently filed a lawsuit because even though they properly filed a public records request, and the supervisor of public records from the state Secretary of State's office told the Boston Police Department that they needed to turn over the information, they didn't. And so these groups were forced to file a lawsuit like other advocates have been forced to do. This shouldn't be the case. This information should be transparent to the public. It is a public record. And I thank the counselors for continuing to push for this data. And so lastly, I just want to sort of wrap up by uplifting all that has been said today, which is that school police are literally the link between the school to prison pipeline. And they're also the link in the school to deportation pipelines. The permanent on-site presence of police officers at public schools results in the criminalization of disruptive behavior that would have been handled by school staff were it not for the presence of school police there. So thank you for this opportunity. I really look forward to working with you on this these exciting changes that are coming to the Boston Police and the Boston schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. And we have found Ms. Jean-Pierre. That's Leticia. If you would introduce yourself for the record, I know that you're on a time constraint, and then we'll go to Ashley Rose and Sarita Thomas.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi. Okay, sorry about that. My name is Leticia Jean-Pierre, and I am a parent of he was in Boston Public Schools. And I feel that the Boston police, the school police is definitely well needed in the school. My son came from Brockton High School. November of 2008, I transferred him over to Brockton Public Schools. One reason was because of his behavior over at Brockton High. Transferred him over to Boston Public Schools, and he immediately, I thought it was going to be a problem. Boston and Brockton are two different places. Bringing him into Boston Public Schools was definitely a different experience, and I want to say it was because of the police officers that were there to, and their relationship with him. One of the police officers that he actually made a good connection with was Officer Wilson, and there's two other officers, I'm not sure their name, and one was a young female and the other one was an older gentleman. But he immediately made a connection with these officers, and they kind of watched him over the last couple of months. You know, it was his senior year. They were there for him. They made sure he attended classes, specifically Officer Wilson, made sure that he attended classes, you know, that his grades were on point. He also played basketball, those officers that were there in the gym. So I feel like the relationship that they build with these kids, some of these officers come from where these kids came from, so they understand these kids. They're able to relate to them. They're able to pull them out of something. They're able to pull them away from getting themselves into further trouble. What else? I just feel that they're needed as far as having them on campus or on grounds because of, you know, a situation might happen, they're there. Instead of having to call police from elsewhere. You know, the teachers build a relationship with these officers. Again, the students. I think the main thing is that these officers building a relationship with these students and being able to keep them out of trouble is basically the biggest thing. I'm sorry, I'm choking all over my words. I wasn't prepared for this. So, but yeah, I feel that they're definitely needed. They're definitely needed. Listening to everybody else's testimony about, you know, like the officers reporting, you know, students or whatever the case may be. As a parent, I've never witnessed that with these officers. I know that I was always there to pick up my son after school, and if there was a problem, the officers were right there to, you know, to stop the problem from escalating. So basically, that's my take. I definitely think they are needed in the public schools.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jean-Pierre, for joining us. And I apologize for the confusion in getting you into our Zoom. Ms.
No worries.
Ashley, thank you so much. Ashley, if you would welcome and introduce yourself for the group, and then we'll go to Sarita next. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. My name is Ashley Rose. I am a restorative specialist at Suffolk University. I am actually one of 4 coaches that work under the NIJ grant, where we're helping to implement restorative justice at 30 schools with 15 schools intensively, including the Trotter School, which is why Ms. Sarita Thomas is here as the principal. We've been working together for 2 years. I want to first start by stating that restorative justice can't be another initiative. This needs to be a permanent paradigm shift that exists as a budget line item. We can't keep responding with these initiatives that come in and out. I've seen such a change in the schools that I've worked with, but in order for them to carry this out, as this grant comes to an end, Suffolk University, we're done in December. But as this grant comes to an end, in order for the work to be continued, these relationships to be built, there needs to be funding for restorative coordinators, and sometimes more than one at each school, along with social workers and training for teachers to be able to hold these circles themselves. Places where I've seen success at this, I've been at the Umana, the Trotter, along with South Boston. I know Julia was able to join us in a circle at the Umana prior to being a counselor. President Janey was able to join us at the Trotter actually this spring to see these circles in action. And I want to be able to share some of the successes. One of them being, there was a group at the Trotter where when we think about calling the police on children, this is a school that's in one of the most traumatized areas of Boston in regards to impact, and police officers were never called. Not one time have I been at this school, they've been called due to student behavior. Instead, these students are always granted a circle, a restorative dialogue, or even a conference, which is really impactful because we know that restorative justice works, but it's often denied to children who are Black and brown. They're often sent into suspensions. We had one group where I was called into because they were disturbing the class in the circle. So I grabbed these 6 boys who were supposedly being a disruption based on Miss Thomas and Miss Colleen Kern's advice. And we created a circle, and they said they would only do it if it was a Fortnite circle. So I myself decided to become part of the Fortnite clan, which I knew nothing about, but we held a circle looking at sports using gaming. And I asked them the question, what's your high achievement and how long have you been gaming and why do you still game? The first gentleman who's in the 7th grade answers me saying, I've been gaming since I'm 3. And I continue gaming because it's the last thing I did with my father before he died. At that point, the next student passes the talking piece and he's like, he barely wants to speak. He says, I've been gaming also because my father died. The next gentleman goes and said that his mother just died of cancer 2 years ago. And this is the only thing that takes his mind off of things. And the next student answers and says that he doesn't want to talk about his dad being in prison. Very quickly, I realized this was not a circle. This was our disruptive students. This was a group of students who created a grief group where they supported each other. From there, we decided I want to shout out Lena Park and Realist Pugh. He's a social worker and a professional gamer who happened to come in and become the restorative keeper and allow these students to go from feeling left abandoned because they didn't have dads. He stepped in as a pseudo dad and helped them create their first Father's Day circle celebration to allow them at the Trotter School. And they were jealous at first because they said everyone was celebrating people's fathers and we don't have one. And they created this Father's Day circle that celebrated the dads, but then also they somehow got pseudo dads to step in. There were coaches, and the fathers who attended this circle cried saying that this was the first time they've ever been celebrated. That oftentimes fathers don't get flowers in person. They get flowers at funerals. So Sarita Thomas, I thank her because it was us in this grief aspect that set us up for 2020, which was unfortunate. The school lost, the 2nd grade class might have lost 3 parents in 1 year, but because we already had experienced the year before with dealing with grief, we were able to not only support the parents who lost their students, but we were also able to support these teachers who Sarita really allowed her teachers to be trained in tier 1, 2, and 3 for restorative justice. When the death hit them, they knew how to circle each other up to allow that 2nd grade teacher to keep going. But more importantly, how do we heal after harm? I hear a lot of talking about responding to harm, but in many ways, I've seen circle be preventative. In places like South Boston, which is now Excel High School, they attacked busing as a subject matter, which was a class concept that turned into circles where teachers got to explain their experience as children dealing with race. So I feel circle allowed us to have the conversations that we're having in Boston now about racism earlier and in a safer manner. So I encourage you to also do it there. And last but not least, in regards to policing in schools, I have my personal beliefs about that. But I would go on to say that there were officers like Sergeant Allen who wondered how I got certain students that he had to chase all around the building in the high school to show up to a circle with seashells. And he would often come and join our circle and wonder how this worked and wanted to literally sit in it. But the big caveat became, this isn't part of his training. He wanted to be trained, but didn't know how to really get that done. So I do encourage, as we start to look at policing in schools, not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, maybe to have some circles with students, the security officers, and the teachers and parents in order to get this done. But I believe that in order to really talk about restorative justice, I think you can hear from Sarita Thomas herself about her experience working with Suffolk University. And again, my big issue and my big ask is that as we exit, that the Boston Public School System pour their own money, whether it's into the RJOC or other groups to carry this information. So if it's okay, I would like to pass the mic to Sarita Thomas.
Thank you, Ashley. And I love the idea of passing the mic to Sarita Thomas.
How are you doing, Madam Chair? Good to see you again. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be here, and a shout out to Ashley for including me. I'm absolutely an advocate and a fan of restorative justice. I myself am a graduate of Boston Public Schools. Shout out to the O'Brien, formerly Boston Tech, back in the day, Boston Tech. And I've been in Boston Public Schools. I want to say this is my 26th year. I've been a middle school math teacher. I spent over 20 something years of my time here in middle school. And while in middle school, I had the opportunity to be a dean of students for a while. And that work was very empowering in that it allowed me to see my students in a whole perspective that I didn't get as a classroom teacher. But also, as the dean of students, I was in charge of the discipline and the code of conduct in the school. And it was during that time that I can say I honestly learned the damage I had done myself as a dean of students, just blindly following the code of conduct and not knowing and understanding school to prison pipeline and understanding that our students needed to be taught behavior just as we teach math, just as we teach writing, just as we teach history. They need to be taught. And there's this assumption about children that they should know better. Now that I'm back in elementary school, having spent decades at the middle school level, I can see how many of my middle school students were masking a lot of their own trauma that they had learned to push down. And as they got older, it resulted in a lot of physicality and it became more volatile because no one had ever offered them a different way. I have had great encounters with school police officers. I can't speak to I don't have a school police officer at the Trotter, let me say that. And when I arrived, I did ask for one because it was what I was used to having in my school. But I don't have one at the Trotter and I have not had one. I do have school police presence in the afternoon at dismissal, and that is for safety reason. My school is situated right on Humboldt Avenue, and unfortunately, we will have people who come up and want to meet up with our students. Having officers at my school at the end of the day helps with the de-escalation of anything that could happen. Anytime I've had to call school police to my school, it has never been, as Ashley Rose said, for students. It has been more for dealing with community and family engagement concerns. And they were very manageable ones, but the school police officers present was very helpful in managing the situations. They never overstepped, they never got involved. They always respected me as the school leader, and I'm appreciative of that. So I cannot say that I agree that we should dismantle school police officers throughout Boston Public Schools. That parent that spoke to Steve Wilson, I had the pleasure of working with Steve Wilson when I was a teacher at the Thompson Middle School, and he was phenomenal with children because he understood children. He understood children and he understood the role he was playing. The officer I had at the Irving when I was a dean of students, again, was phenomenal. He understood his role and that he was dealing with children. So I can't speak to a negative interaction or experience. But as far as RJ, I was introduced to restorative justice many years ago when I was at the Irving. And it was actually Arthur Collins who introduced me to it. And he had given me some pamphlets and material. And he was like, you really should try this out as the dean of students. And the one thing that stood out to me were harm circles. And in middle school, we know relationships are key, especially with young teenagers who think they know it all and are doing a lot of pushback. And I can remember my very first harm circle with a veteran teacher and a young boy who was homeless, who was being brought into school every day via a red taxi. So everybody knew he and his brother were homeless because they know what those symbols mean. And he and she were bumping heads constantly. And I asked her, would she be willing to do a harm circle? And in a harm circle for us, with teachers and students, it means the teacher and the student get elevated to the same level. There's no hierarchy of authority. You have to listen to this student. This student has to listen to you. And the students have to be given an opportunity to express how they're being made to feel, what the actions someone's taking or saying against them, and where else are they going to learn to do that in a manner where it's not seen as disrespectful to authority, if not school. So you have to give these opportunities. But it also meant I had to have a teacher who was willing to relinquish this invisible authority that we feel we have in classrooms, because unfortunately, sometimes the training for teachers is controlling students, managing students. They're not animals. These are young people. And we've got to get away from managing and disciplining and overseeing. It literally is like an overseer thought process. And this teacher was very willing because she knew she kept bumping heads. And they sat down and he said to her, "You talk to me like my mother talks to me, and I don't like it because my mother drinks, and I don't like when she gets like that, and I don't like your yelling." And that took her aback because that was never her intention. And she cried because that was not her purpose. But that was the mindset of, I'm controlling my classroom. So Harm Circle started me in restorative justice because it was about helping my teachers build better rapport and relationships and beginning to better understand their students. Now, moving from middle school to elementary was quite the culture shock for me. While I was trained in elementary school, I had spent 20 years in the middle. And so this tantruming that happens in elementary school was very new to me. So when Boston Public, Jody Elgie, who's the head of our well, she's not the head of Selwell. She oversees what used to be the CIC Center for Boston Public Schools. The new name is escaping me. But she reached out and said they were doing this grant with Suffolk University in restorative justice. I jumped on that opportunity to go to this meeting. And it was that important to me. My grandmother was on her deathbed, but I had to be at that meeting because I wanted to be a part of this grant so badly. And we wound up, but it was an investment. Absolutely. I had to provide substitutes for my staff. I committed to every single teacher being trained because you can't roll out restorative justice in a hodgepodge. You can't do it. It's not fair to the staff. It's not fair to the students. So it meant every single teacher going to training, every single teacher, whether they were returning to the trotter or not the next year. So yes, that meant a lot of subs, and it meant teachers out of school week after week after week in order to commit to the training. We've now wrapped up 2 years, and thankfully, Suffolk ran a series of virtual RJ trainings. So my new staff coming into the school and any old staff I had that had joined late were able to get trainings for this upcoming year, because coming back into school now is going to be pivotal for our teachers to understand the need to run our circles. And part of our expectation, my expectation as the administration, was teachers ran circles 3 days a week, every Monday, every Wednesday, every Friday. And those meetings were run at the top of the day because it's also a way to catch young people. It's a good way to get where their head is at and if they're ready for learning for the day. Now, we all know, the Trotter was in a transition of bringing on an ABA, an autism strand, into our building. So we wound up losing positions, unfortunately. And one of our positions that we lost was our restorative justice coach, because we want to make way in room, because we need an autism program in our community too for our children to come to. And it was a toss up. But in lieu of that, we were also giving 1.5 social workers. So I'm grateful for that. And I made sure that our social workers were trained. But I would love and need a full-time restorative justice coordinator because a social worker's job is distinctly different from an RJ coordinator's job. And that is why I need to get that position back into my school somehow, some way. But I will say this, Ashley alluded to it, that we had in the past 3 years, every year, I've had children that have lost parents every single year. And it has been tumultuous on staff. It has been tumultuous on the children in the room. And I don't know what we would have done if we hadn't had that RJ training and knew how to circle up. If I did not have the connection to Ashley, where even though she was not supposed to be in my school anymore because of the way the grant was structured, I could call her. And I was like, Ashley, we've really got something going on emotionally here. And I need you to come in. I need you to support this for us. Because while we're in our second year, it is a shift. And I heard Arthur speak to this earlier. It is a shift in the paradigm of educators to move to an RJ way of engaging and dealing with students. And it's a huge shift. And sometimes something has to happen in order to get you there and shift you there as an educator. And for me, it was that session in the prison to school pipeline. And I had to sit there and own that I had been a part of that. And I'm all about my people. So there was no way you were going to tell me that I was contributing to the school and prison pipeline until I sat through that training. And it was gut wrenching and it was hard to accept. And I knew we needed to do something different. But it's going to take serious training to shift mindsets. I'm a 20+ year teacher, and to come into a new school as a school leader and say, we're not doing discipline the way discipline was done before. There's no more punitive discipline, because guess what? It don't work. Aren't you having the same problems you had 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago? That's because your punitive systems don't work. Your little merit and demerit systems don't work. Stop it. Stop this token economy. You've got to deal with children as human beings. But it's a shift. And I had to learn that I had to wait and help my teachers shift. And they are on board. And they do provide these services to my students. And they will, if something happens in class, shut down and circle up, because they know the students need it right there in that moment. And we have parents that are part. We brought on parents, we brought on lunch mothers, we brought on anyone who touched the children had to go through restorative justice training for us, because there were going to be no excuses to going back to what you used to do and what you used to know. So I can't advocate enough. We are still a work in progress. I am by no means claiming that the charter school is an exemplar. We are a work in progress. But what I have is a committed group of staff that's committed to it. I'm committed to it, and everyone's been trained to do it. So there's an accountability level now that can be held for all of us. And part of the BPS Code of Conduct does require you to document all of the alternatives that you tried before you get to a suspension. That wasn't the case years ago. It was not. And I wish it had been. But because that accountability has been put in place, it holds us more accountable. But someone like Ashley, like I'm already reaching out saying, well, how can we keep you? You know, we're coming back after COVID. We're still in the midst of COVID, but we've been out of school for all these months. How can we still stay in contact and connect and get services provided to us? Because we know our students are going to need it now more than ever. They're going to need those circles. And while we've done circles on Zoom, there's nothing like being in present in that spirit, in that space where you can feel. And with the district really pushing issues of equity, I can't tell you how powerful our circle practices have been in addressing this with staff, because staff have their own trauma of dealing with issues around race and inequity that cross over into school. So I'm an advocate.
Thank you, Sarita. Thank you. I'm going to take some privilege with you first. I just thank you very much for sharing your experiences and your passion throughout your career and your work. And I do want to just extend a special thanks to Ashley Rose for being there when Sarita needed you. Just really want to just grateful for that and grateful for the continued work, and I love the little OB tech excitement that we share. My one question, and then we'll go to, it's a very quick question. I am curious about the use of circles, and you mentioned it just there at the end, Sarita, of your comments during the time that we're doing school virtually. How has that been? How have you been able to utilize that? If you just very quickly, and then we'll go to questions from colleagues.
We used it with our parents because they were very, it was a lot to ask parents to all of a sudden become their children's main teachers and take on that level of work. And so we needed that. We needed to give our families that opportunity to release and help them understand that they were doing the best they could. So it was very powerful for us to have that capacity to do that for our families.
And also virtually, if I could just jump in really quick, John Barry created an online COVID pandemic circle packet along with some folks at Suffolk that was circulated that allowed anyone to hold it virtually. So I'd really like to shout that out, that pre-made packet really helped people hold these virtual circles online with the tools.
That's great. Thank you for that. So questions from colleagues, and then we do have extensive public testimony. Councilor Mejia.
Yes, just, I don't think Elizabeth, did I miss Elizabeth? Did she go? I don't think so.
We haven't been able to locate her.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to give a shout out to Ashley, who I've been working with in so many different capacities for so long. It is so great to have you on this panel, and to Sarita too, for all your work at the Trotter and how you've turned that school around. I'm really excited to have you here present and sharing your truth and informing our thinking, as really what you're really doing is helping us understand that if we're really serious about this work, we're gonna have to invest in the work to ensure that the work gets done correctly. And you are a true testament of what that work is all about. And so we can't just say it's a buzzword anymore. We got to put our money where our mouth is. And this is the type of programming that we need to be investing in. So thank you for your leadership and your dedication to our people. And just really quick, I do have some questions about having participated in some of the circles that you have invited me to, really well familiar with it. Just curious though, if you could just talk to us a little bit about how students respond to the restorative justice practice in schools where it's been implemented. Has the reception been positive? It just really seems like this is something that is well received, but I'm just curious about when they first hear about, we're gonna do a circle. What do kids think and feel when you share that with them?
So you want to go?
So I'm going to let Ashley speak more, but I will say this as the principal. If my teachers were not running their circles, especially for my middle school students, they were telling. They were coming downstairs and they were saying, we did not have our circle. I don't want to do any work right now because I have not had my circle opportunity. And I was like, okay. So there was absolute buy-in on the part of our children in regards to circles.
Great.
And Ashley can speak to that even.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh because I remember the student who came down and did that. But in Sarita School, where when the admin really believes in it, the students buy in. But I've been at other schools where restorative justice has been rolled out the wrong way. And when certain kids, I'll use an example of a high school I was at where one teacher did circles all the time. So every Monday, the kids loved it. They knew when the circle was. They had Nipsey Hussle circles. They were the circle keepers. I just watched from the outside. But there were other places where the kids, as soon as they saw the circle, they were like, oh man, we're in trouble again. And this was because circles were only given to them as a response to harm, which is why it's so important. I believe the gentleman who spoke first talked about using circles for community building, because if they have the community, once the harm arises, the circle polices itself. Circle solves itself. So they do love it. And I would also say, I worked at the Umana school. There's a particular program called SLIFE, where these are students who escaped the war. I had a student who walked from Guatemala to like Mexico and ended up in Boston. And unfortunately for her, she was exposed to war tactics. And for her, circle was scary at first. She used to say, if someone's alarm went off on their Apple Watch, she'd be like, no, don't check it, you're gonna blow up. But within circle, she was able to hear from her classmates how sometimes that scared them. And with her limited English, student D stated, my heart's heavy, I didn't know I was scaring people. And so from there, she started to use circles for lunch bunches to bond. And that shout out to Ali Schmeiser over at the Umana School. But I would especially say in the age of ICE, this was also when parents were able to reach out and say they needed resources through circles, virtual circles, where we were able to, Julia, you know, I reached out to you like, hey, they need masks. They don't know how to go outside and get them. So the students do respond positively, but it has to be rolled out the right way.
No, thank you. And I actually went to the Umana. So when I walked back through those doors to participate in the circle there, it really brought some really great memories back. I'm also wondering how you all incorporate the school police officers in your circle time, or are there opportunities to do that?
I love the officers to come. Sergeant Allen, I told you, he would come to my physics and circle class oftentimes and stop by and just he would literally want to join, but didn't know if it was okay. And I guess that's why I'm saying, you guys, there are some officers who want to do the good work. They weren't included in the grant. And even when I told him he could come, he was like, I got to check with my upper people to make sure this is okay. So there are officers. Sergeant Allen did sit in the circle. I would say it was a concentric circle because he never sat in the seat, but he would sit at the doorway and admire these young men who were often chased around the building, sitting down. And for that one period, they were learning and leading. So I think the officers would be down. I think there are some who need to be retrained, but we should explore this using circle practice.
And is the timer about to go off, Anissa? I saw your neck pop up, so I wasn't sure if I had any more time left.
10 seconds, a quick question, please.
So yeah, I'm just curious, hearing this, I'd love for Laura to just talk a little bit about just, you know, your reactions to utilizing restorative justice and the role that school police officers may play moving forward if they're utilizing this as a tool.
Thank you for that question. And it's just been so enlightening to me. This is not my area of expertise. It's been so enlightening to hear from practitioners who are doing this on the ground. I'm also a mom of a public school kid, so I can see how this would really benefit my kids as well. I don't have a quick answer for you. I do see these as two separate issues that, you know, the police in and of itself are doing their work. And, you know, at the ACLU, we really do focus on the harm and the disproportionate harm that work has. It's not that we don't envision a positive role for police ever, but I do see those as two separate things. And I think what we would focus on is really diminishing that harm. And the first part of that really is getting a hold of the information that we need to define what the problem is. And currently we just do not have that information. We don't have the arrest records. We don't have the full scope of, you know, how the police are acting within our schools and how they're having an impact on our students. So I would think the first thing to do is really to get as much information as we can and to get all of those records so that we can have a full picture before, you know, continuing the rollout.
Okay, thank you for that. And thank you to the panelists who have spoken so far. I'm really grateful to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Campbell? Councilor Campbell? We'll go to Councilor Janey. We'll see if she makes it her way back. Councilor Janey.
Thank you so much. I really want to thank this panel. Thank you, Ashley. It's good to see you. I'm glad that we had the panel grounded in that data. So Laura, thank you for that. You want me to just keep going? Yeah, okay, sorry.
Yeah, my computer froze. Go right ahead,
Yeah,
Jamie.
I'm so sorry, thank you.
No problem.
And then, you know, we heard from a parent as well, so I want to acknowledge that. And then just a huge shout out to Sarita Thomas at the charter school, which is in District 7. So I will, that's for you, Councilor Mejia. You know, I've known you, Sarita, for got to be at least 30. I knew you before you were a teacher, so it's got to be 30 plus years. And I just remember the conversations, again, grounding us in the work that I was doing, that Andrea was doing around these issues before we got on the council. You were one of the teachers that I would always engage with and have these conversations with. And I was so impressed with you even then, because you were further along than some of the other teachers that I was having like you were checking your own assumptions, you were, seeing the data in a new light and understanding the issue from a different perspective. And so to kind of now fast forward what maybe close to 10 years later, and to see it being implemented the way it has been in your school. And I think, we've got to get beyond this grant. We've got to get beyond, we do it because there's some sort of grant. That is, I am really deeply disappointed about that. We've got to build this in. We heard on the last panel, this is not about programs. This is about how we educate our kids. And no one should have to choose between RJ and autism. Like, that is insane. That's just insane. I also just want to highlight, I think one of the things that I heard you, I'm not sure who on the panel, but was talking about the importance of the circles on a regular basis. And just reminds me of a quote that I like to think of and remind myself of, and that's that you need to build bridges when the sun is shining. You don't wait for the storm to come. You go out and you build that relationship because the storm's always going to come. And, schools and the relationships between our students and our educators and our families, at some point the storm is going to come. And so when educators have made that special effort to connect with a mom or a dad before the report card comes out, before the child has had some sort of issue, it's just a different conversation. So I don't have any questions for this panel. I just wanted to say that I'm very impressed with the work, that we have more work to do to figure out how we make this a permanent part of all of our schools' experiences, because we see that it is so needed and so necessary. I know there's a lot of folks who want to testify, so I'm going to cede my time and just wanted to say kudos and thank you all for the work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Janey. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you. And I echo what everyone else said. Ashley, first of all, it is so good to see you. When I saw you on this panel, I was like, girl, so just so good to see you. Sarita, I mean, always good to see you, right? I just appreciate the work you ladies are doing, sharing this perspective. Sorry it took so long to get to you guys, but it's so valuable. And I think Laura spoke to it too, to have folks understand what's possible on the ground, how you can implement different models, how you can do these paradigm shifts, right? It's not just about pouring money into a new initiative, but shifting culture. And Sarita, one thing I really appreciate about what you said is your former role, right? I interacted when I did education cases with a lot of DINA students, DINA discipline, whatever the terminology was then. But for you to sort of look up in the mirror and really talk about the role you played, I think all of us have played some role, right? Whether we're in community, in a school, whatever it is, if we're in a community, we play a role, right? We're complicit in anything that's happening in our society, right? So really excited about how we shift from the law enforcement model. The school police chief Grice in her new role joined us in this public safety conversation around this topic, less so RJ, more about just school police generally, and talked about the founding of that unit, busing, all of that, and how we haven't necessarily shifted the policies and the practices and the culture within the unit. So I'm really excited that she's there and that she gets the value of RJ as one way in which to shift this culture and paradigm. But so it was just a lot of kudos to you guys. Laura, I really appreciated you talking about the importance of painting the picture and the problem. We have a lot of questions into Chief Grice, BPD, BPS. They will respond on that data, even if it doesn't exist, to let us know that, right? So we really have a sense of what the interaction is, particularly around really troubling concerns with the BRIC, with ICE, deportation, school to prison pipeline. We need to know that so that we can be informed when pushing for shifts in these paradigms. Because one narrative that is out there is if we get rid of our school police, well, good luck, every student's going to be in danger, right? It's really inflating something. And I'm like, wait a minute, what are you basing this on, right? Is it a single incident or is it something else? So we're pushing for some of these responses. I know the chair will as well. If I had any question, I guess, you know what? I'm not going to ask any questions. It's getting late. I know we have a million people waiting for public testimony. I'll just say thank you guys so much, really, for the paradigm shift, the additional resources to specifically support the RJ work, and really great to see you ladies. And thank you for the work you're doing. And thank you, Councilor Asabi-George. This has been a long hearing, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Stay safe and healthy. Bye, you guys.
Thank you. Councilor Arroyo.
Thank you so much to the panelists. That was incredibly enlightening, and I appreciated those insights from all of you. I'm going to keep it short. I'm just going to ask one question to the ACLU for myself to be abreast of. I know there's a number of different lawsuits currently for information between different organizations and BPS. Can you just give us an update on what data or information is currently being litigated right now between whether it's the ACLU or any other civil rights organization that you're aware of that's currently pursuing them?
Yes, thank you, Council, for that question. The two that I can talk to are the one that was very recently filed, led by the Lawyers Committee and a coalition of student rights groups. And that was about sharing information between BPS, both the school police and ICE. And that's a brand new lawsuit, so I'll expect good things to come from that. But it is new. So there haven't been any production of documents that I'm aware of. The other lawsuit is the one that the ACLU filed with other groups as well. That was filed in 2018, and that was against the Boston police, but it was about the related issue of the gang database, right? So we know that the school police feed these points that are gathered from incident arrests from incident reports in the school to the gang database, and it winds up that our kids are labeled as gang members for maybe innocuous activity. And so our lawsuit, it's 2 years plus, and we are receiving documents at this point. It took a long time to start to get those documents, but we have started to receive them, and we currently have a production schedule for those documents in place. But it's taken 2 years of litigation just to get to those documents, and we're nowhere near finished. So
and just if very briefly, if it's possible to do this briefly, otherwise you can just reach out to me online. Are there any other things like the memorandum of understanding, which we're 2 years behind? Are there any other state laws or city laws or things that we believe BPS is currently violating that we should be looking towards getting taken care of?
Thank you. And I think we can certainly have a further discussion online, so I make sure that I have all my facts correct. But we do want to be looking at the reporting requirements under the criminal justice reform laws, right? We want to be looking at the public records law as well, that we hear that requests go out and are not answered even when the Secretary of State gets involved. So those seem to be violations of the public records law as well. So I will see if my colleagues at the ACLU or other organizations have further items and respond to you offline.
Yes, please do bring those to my attention. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Counselor.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Arroyo. Let me shut my timer off before I get in trouble with that. Thank you. Appreciate everyone on this panel. You're welcome to stay or disconnect and watch public testimony virtually. We are starting this afternoon's public testimony with some students for a few minutes of expanded testimony. We weren't able to locate Nesaj Ware, who was the youth liaison for the Mayor's Council. I'm not sure if that's Nesaj raising their hand or not. Let me just see if I can find that. Yep, so I don't see that. So we'll get into, so I have a number of.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Very good. Nesaj, welcome. If you'd like to share some comments and some testimony, that would be wonderful. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, should I share at this time?
Yes, please do.
I was asked to come and speak about how I feel about, my feelings towards police being in Boston Public Schools. Does that still hold true?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Me personally, I'm not a fan of having Boston police in schools, but that's only because of the stigma against police and how it makes students feel. I know as a student, I'm from Mattapan and I'm surrounded by a lot of gang violence and a lot of violence just period. And police aren't necessarily good in my community. Of course, they're able to do some good, but do they always do good? No. I've also been in situations where police have treated students very like rudely. They've handled students very like rough. And I just don't think having them in schools is really beneficial, especially because like, are they there really doing the job that they're supposed to do? I think that's what we have to worry about a lot when putting Boston police in schools. I think if they were to be replaced by mental health supporters and trauma supporters, it'd be a lot more beneficial to students. Students would feel more comfortable in school, which is what we need because we spend most of our day at school. And those are just my feelings around it.
Thank you very much, Naisaj. I appreciate your comments and sharing that with us. You are welcome to stay here or to go back into the waiting room for to continue watching. We have a number of young people that are also slated to give some expanded testimony. Nayela Lynch and Djakina and Nakia. I'd like to welcome them into the panel at this time, and they are welcome to give slightly expanded testimony.
Good afternoon, City Councilors. My name is Nayela Lynch, and I'm a resident of the Dorchester area. Being that I have been a student of the Boston Public School System for most of my life, I find it important that my peers and I remain safe in a place in which we learn. I haven't always felt safe, and that is why I'm testifying today. While in a class one day, a student and I got into an argument and anyone could visibly see how upset we both were. As a result, I was escorted out of the classroom by our school police officer. The amount of fear I felt isn't easy to describe, but I know it frightened me even more that this was my first interaction with the police officer. It now makes me wonder if many of my peers also had their first negative interaction with an officer through school. What this interaction needed was a counselor, someone I could talk to in order to vent about how overwhelmed I was that day and how just like any other young person can get emotional. There was no reason for an officer to show up. I was not causing any harm to myself or others. While I was eventually able to voice to a staff member how I felt, I realized that I could have done without being filled with fear. I envision schools with no police officers. I envision a school without a presence students are scared of. We as students do not need policing. Having that police presence demeans and criminalizes us. It is already known that Boston police, school police share information with the Boston Police Department, making reports that are not shared with the public and especially not shared with the parents of these students. What needs to be made a priority is mental health. Students continue to feel pressure from different aspects of our lives, whether it's at home or at school. We should not be punished for having emotions and for simply being teenagers. Black and brown youth are constantly being depicted as adults, and having Boston School Police in a place many of us consider our homes and places of comfort will only perpetuate this toxic idea. Although some may believe that police officers in our learning environment are keeping us safe, their role in our schools is in fact saying that we are a danger to each other. We deserve to just be students. We deserve the funds to support the mental health of our students. So counselors, I demand that the Boston School Police be removed from our schools, and if you don't, you will only be supporting the idea that minority students are your criminals. Again, my name is Nayela Lynch, and thank you counselors for allowing me to testify today.
Nayela, thank you very much for being with us this afternoon. I think next we have Nakia and Djakina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi counselors. Thank you all for being here today. Many of you have known me from the past through the organizing that I do. My name is Nakia Jean Charles. I'm a lead counselor at St. Stephen's Youth Programs, the co-executive director at March for Our Lives, Massachusetts, and an elected board member on the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council. I'm a 17-year-old that has had the fortunate opportunity of transitioning out of BPS school system with police officers to now attending Cathedral High School with no police. As a longtime native of Mattapan, which has a huge Black population, policing has impacted us, unfortunately, at an early age. Policing is everywhere in our neighborhoods and unfortunately in our schools and libraries. Imagine not even allowing your child to go to a library because they may get arrested. As a student in elementary school, I would watch as we leave school to go to a library and have to deal with policing every single day. Police at the Mattapan library, police are called every day on students, and this is unfortunate when we come and do our homework and to have mentors to teach us and tutor us. Now at 17, when I go to the library, I still see students who are literally middle schoolers getting the police called on them every single day. Our students need funded programs like violence intervention programs, mentors, tutors, and mental health workers, and a safe space for them to learn and grow without the worry of being projected as a violent gang member or being in the space where police officers can arrest them. In the 6th grade, I attended Boston Green Academy, and on one of the lovely educated days at schools, I was doing my work as my teacher had a door. My teacher had to open the door to one of the counselors coming into, not a counselor, one of the teachers coming into her room and asking her and all the students to get into safety mode because there was a lockdown. At that moment, we had all heard a bunch of screams coming from the hallway. And this was because one, we didn't have speakers to come through because our school wasn't funded at the time with for every student to just get in lockdown mode. So all teachers had to come to each classroom individually to tell us to get in lockdown modes. We ended up finding out that a student had brought a gun to school and they were gonna eventually get in an altercation with another school at Brighton High School, which is across the street from BGA. I will never get the screams out of my head when I heard the student who was screaming several times that they didn't feel safe and that they didn't do anything wrong. But just because of this altercation, I felt like it could have also been prevented if we had more funded programs in our schools, like violence intervention programs and restorative justice practices, and to individually teach our students that they matter and understanding the note of not wanting to have violence against each other. This is extremely important to have mental health counselors at our schools, but at the same time, we cannot choose police to come to our schools when at firsthand, the violence could have been prevented if we had more counselors in our schools. Police ended up coming afterwards, but that would not lead into the point of having the violence not occur in the first place. So we need to definitely see as police as not in a way of helping our youth, but in a way of continuing the violence, because at the end of the day, our students most people at BGA were police heavily 24/7. It was just a roundabout dangerous for our teens and for the families that went there, and also with Brighton High School. And just having police coming to our school every day put us at risk even more. And I feel for the students that have dealt with, for the parents that have dealt with the deportation of their students because of the role of police in schools. On June 17th, For the People held a youth-led council town hall and took a roll call asking if the city councilors are in favor of removing police from schools. Counselors like Anissa Sabi-George, who said no to getting police out of school, are saying yes to white supremacy and generational trauma of Black and Brown students and the long-term effect of limited opportunities to students and families. We need to end all forms of white supremacy, and we cannot fail our students. The role of police in schools has caused and continue white supremacy for a long time, and we need to disband that immediately. Lastly, I would also like to include, yesterday I had many conversations with students about police in schools, and not one student mentioned anything good about any goodness having police in their schools, and it was over 30 of us. One student said, most of us already believe we don't do well, and having them around just adds to the feeling. It adds a lack of choice. It adds a lack of choice and takes away our ability to trust. Another student said having police around actually makes it feel like school isn't safe. It also takes away from the school budget and we could use elsewhere. Another student, Cheyenne, said, I think that the money used to fund police in public schools should be used to bring more programs for students to get outside experience. Some examples that I would like to see in programs is that teach students how to get loans, do their taxes, get jobs. Having police in schools make African American students feel more like a target and as if they have to be watched over. I would lastly like to include that if our parents don't feel safe with police around them or when they're in the back of their cars driving, we obviously, when police are behind them while they're driving, we obviously shouldn't have police in school. I was extremely disappointed and saddened on June 17th when Councilor Mejia had just shared that when she's driving around and that there's a police car behind her, that she gets nervous and she feels that sense of trauma. Afterwards, I was disappointed when after Councilor Mejia was brave enough to even tell us that and allow herself to even share that with us. Councilor Sabi George has said that she agrees with having police in school, and that just, it saddens me that even as adults, they deal with this trauma, but you want that same trauma to be around us in schools. And so I feel like we should nonetheless include restorative justice practices, and I agree with what the two panelists that started at the beginning, and I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nakia. Do we have Dejacna on yet? Could you raise your blue hand because you are part of the expanded time for youth? Very good. We're going to move to general public testimony at this point, and we'll allow 2 minutes of testimony, starting with Jubilee. Jubilee, you're with us. You can unmute yourself. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Jubilee. I'm 14 years old, and I used to go to Timothy Middle School. I am a resident of Roxbury, and I work at St. Stephen's Youth Programs currently. I believe that police should not be in schools, and I believe that schools should be a safe place. And with what we're seeing now, police are not safe. At Timothy, there were multiple incidents where police came to our school, usually if there was drama going on or if someone did something wrong. It was very scary. When you're in 6th grade and you see police outside your school, you're like, what do you do? And it also gives out the wrong message. Even though it's scary, we still instigated it and we love the drama. A lot of times my classmates were yelling and doing crazy things. And as a 6th grader, you're saying to yourself, this is cool, but it's not. The police system in general is not something that should be instigated. It's not fun. Having to live in that environment when police coming to your school is normalized is not okay. It's not okay for a child to grow up in that type of environment. The environment at Timothy and at my other school, Roxbury Prep, was really toxic for my mental health. It was terrible. The entire system was terrible. We were treated like robots. The students were all Black and Latino, but 90% of our teachers were white. We didn't have that connection with our teachers as we should have. And that's why I left and I decided to homeschool in 8th grade. I knew that I could do better. My vision for a safe, healthy, and happy school environment is more diversity in the teacher board, especially in Black and Brown communities. We need to be represented in all aspects of our life. I would want to see the $4 million spent on police instead spent on more emotional support and more and better trained guidance counselors. I've had guidance counselors who did not care about their job. They didn't really value the time that they spent with us. And so we need to spend more money on better trained guidance counselors who actually care for our students. Also, to put more funding into art and music and make those essential classes, because a lot of students don't have that ability to express themselves the way that they want to. And school should be that area where they're able to express themselves through their passion, which can be art or music or even dance. And finally, to revamp public school buildings. In my prior school, we didn't have a cafeteria, we didn't have a gym. We had to have gym outside and even in the wintertime. And it's not fair that other schools and other communities have gyms, they have cafeterias. It also affected my grades. I got a C in gym because I wasn't going to exercise in the cold. Even during the wintertime, we had to go outside for gym, and it was just not a good environment at all. I left Boston Public Schools because they were toxic for my mental health, and I wish the budget that is being invested in police should transfer to be invested into art and music classes, revamping public school buildings and guidance counselors instead of police, and then maybe then I would still be a public school student. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jubilee. We next have Nayeli, and then Kajaki will be after Nayeli. I'll start the 2-minute timer. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. As she said, my name is Nayeli Martinez, and I graduated this year from Fenway High School. In my school, we had a full-time police officer. He was a lovely person, however, he did nothing. Conflict was rare at Fenway, but when it did happen, the last person there was the officer. And honestly, when you think about it, why was he put there? Maybe to de-escalate situations and help keep the peace, but the reality is that he did not do either of those things. If anything, all he ever did was be a doorman. Our teachers and other staff members are the ones who dealt with the conflict and had us talk things out so that we understand why that sort of behavior is unacceptable. At Fenway, we had a student support system where the coordinators, who were counselors, would talk to the students involved and how to sort out the problem instead of punishing us with no intent of helping us. Our system made it so that we never needed the officer, and it should be like that in all schools. I was a cheerleader at Madison Park High School, and it was the complete opposite. They had fights regularly, and the officers were always there and super rough with the students. They resorted to punishment immediately, and they almost never talked to the students to check in about the situation or even help them resolve the conflict in the first place. This type of system is common in BPS and is 100% outdated and ineffective. So today, I'm asking you to take the police out of BPS. They're definitely not needed and a waste of money. With the $4 million used on keeping the police in schools, I request that you put that to something that will benefit schools and that show us as students that you actually care about us and our futures. Get us more resources, more counselors or psychologists of color, because we feel way more comfortable opening up to someone that looks like us or grew up like us. Get us updated textbooks or better technology so that we have the chance at seeing our school as a way to our bright futures as opposed to a tunnel to jail. Thank you so much for your time.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Nayeli. Next we have Kajaki, and then Natasha is on deck. Jackie, you can unmute yourself. And welcome.
Hi, can you guys hear me well? Thank you, counselors, for being here today. Thank you, advocates and testifiers. I understand you're all busy people, so I appreciate your time. My name is Kajaki, and I'm an 18-year-old BPS alumni currently attending Salem State University. I'm here to testify about my experience with police in school. I don't believe police should be in school. Coming from another country as a 10-year-old, I already did not have a good image of police. I was stopped and questioned by a police officer as a 10-year-old after not stopping for the raising of the flag, something I didn't understand and struck fear in me. With that in mind, seeing my friend be patted down for drugs he didn't have was a terrifying thing to me. What would happen to him? What if they deport him? What if they deport me just for being an immigrant? These terrifying thoughts were not helped by the gigantic problem of police brutality at the time, which still exists today. I wasn't listened to when I was a BPS student, so I ask you today, listen to the students. Please listen to the current students you have who are being impacted by police presence the most. Why should a 12-year-old be patted down for drugs? Why are drugs a more investigated issue than sexual assault? If you think students would really have the nerve to sell drugs, ask yourself why. What would put students in a position so desperate that they would default to selling drugs at a school? Is it maybe the lack of youth job opportunities? Is it maybe perpetuated generational wealth disparity? What are we doing to attack the root of these issues? Are the lawmakers and council members lobbying for more job opportunities or for more funding for public schools for Black and brown neighborhoods which have been historically neglected? Police, as it is today, is a depressing, traumatic, unnecessary presence in school today. Who's going to stop the school shooters, you ask? Well, gun control laws, proper mental health counseling, and for schools to care more about the integrity of their work and the well-being of students rather than rely on the fail-safe of police. Because police doesn't prevent crime, they respond to it. They act as a presence that strikes fear in or terrorizes the students. We don't need that. We're not a prison. We're not a juvie. We don't need to be monitored by police. The staff already police the things we can say and the things we can wear. We need to focus on creating the conditions for students to be safe, and frankly, the traumatic presence of the police is a hindrance for this. We need to have more conversations and we need you guys to listen. We need to work together and we need you to implement. We shouldn't have to fight you guys on this. So please listen. Listen to the students, listen to their stories, and listen to their advocates. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Natasha, and she'll be followed by Joan. Welcome, Natasha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Natasha Mays. I attend Boston Latin Academy. I'm going into my junior year. I volunteer at the Trotter, and I know from working with the students about the healthy impacts of those circles and how there's talk of implementing that at my school. So thank you for that example. But I heard a testimony earlier about why we shouldn't get rid of police in our schools and of how police are consoling children within our schools. Though their intention is to de-escalate tensions within our schools, their impact has created tensions or this mindset within our students that we are criminals and that we are the issue. Their impact is that they're guidance counselors and that we need more guidance counselors. Why not train more teachers with this intention that we are also holding this expectation of them. We already are taught by our teachers. We already have this trust and connection with them, but yet they're not taught to de-escalate, or so there should be. For the longest time, it has felt like our school system has put unnecessary pressure in unnecessary places. For me personally, has been the unnecessary pressure of doing well in a subject that I don't even plan on pursuing, or the unnecessary pressure of explaining why I've had to miss a day or two, even though mental health is not an excuse, or at least it does not excuse my absence. But what feels most unnecessary is the presence of police within our schools. What feels unnecessary to me is someone having to pat me down for a jewel pod that I most certainly do not have in a school bathroom where I'm supposed to maintain my integrity and my privacy, and yet I'm supposed to allow this to happen. They say school police are supposed to make us feel safe, but it feels more like a fail-safe to protect the very same people who can't be held accountable when someone is touched inappropriately by a boy in D&D club. But when you go to make a report about it, it takes forever to be processed, and then you get questioned by the dean anyways, who makes you seem more like the criminal than the victim. Why is funding going towards this department instead of my Spanish books or lack thereof? But it has been lovely to hear the playbook or the plans for RJ within our school system, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of this conversation. To be clear, I do not support police in our schools, and I never have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Next, we have Joan, and then Joan will be followed by Jimmy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Joan. I'm a resident of Dorchester and alumni of BPS who's entering her sophomore year of college. First of all, this hearing has been long overdue. While I cannot remember police being present in my schools before 6th grade, I remember police having a traumatizing impact on youth in my middle school as we came from low-income neighborhoods that were constantly being patrolled and criminalized by the police. To have them in our school buildings, a space that is focused on education, is a traumatic reminder of the police patrolling and criminalizing our own safe spaces in our neighborhoods and homes. We are the youth who were students during the Parkland school shootings in 2018. We are the youth whose education system has been drastically changed in 2001 at the creation of ICE and the implementation of more safety patrols in our schools. Yet, rather than protecting students, young people in schools, specifically low-income Black and students of color, have been targeted by appearances, behaviors, and even immigration status. Case in point, the youth in East Boston High being reported and deported. Seriously, youth are in schools to learn and receive adequate resources like counselors instead of being followed around by cops. The youth have been calling on adults and those in power to abolish the police and systemic institutions that have always targeted our communities and invest in resources that would support our growth and learning. We can do this without police in schools. While I am appreciative of this hearing happening today, I would like to extend and emphasize that youth
Youth need to be included in conversations and in the process of forming restorative justice in our schools. And I firmly believe that we can do this without cops in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joan. Next, we have Jimmy, and Jimmy will be followed by Ekron. Jimmy, welcome. Jimmy, you'll have to unmute yourself if you're speaking. All right, Jimmy, I'm going to keep you there for a few more minutes, but we'll go to Ekron. Ekron, are you ready to testify?
Yes, I am.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ekron Sharif. I'm a rising sophomore at Framingham State University. I graduated from EMK in 2019, and I have been in BPS for my whole life. And I'm here to testify for removing police from schools for multiple reasons, because I do have personal experience with schools, with police officers being in schools and police officers not being in schools. I went to a K-8 school. If anyone's familiar with Orchard Gardens, it is a turnaround school in the Boston Public School District. Attending Orchard Gardens for my kindergarten through 5th grade, it wasn't a very safe environment. We did have two Boston police officers stationed in the school at all times, because we had a problem with students bringing, substances, and we had students, just doing things that they were shown out of the ordinary. So I feel like after we had the police brought in, no, it's not even I feel like, it's I know that after we had the police brought in, there was no change shown. Students were still going about the way that they were going. But in the next couple of years after that, we had the school had a new plan, and it was a turnaround plan, and it was to implement new rules and making like better guidance counselors come in the building to have one-on-one connection with students, to make students feel more safe and secured in the building, to make students not feel like they have to do what they were doing before. And after the turnaround rules implemented by the new principal, Andrew Bott, it was actually a better and effective thing, because every student felt more safe. The school is on its highest, it was always on its highest peak afterwards. It's still going on its highest peak. And I just feel like having police officers in school doesn't do anything for the students but intimidate them and really make them feel uncomfortable in the space that they should feel comfortable. Also, it's really coming from the heart, because as a student, I felt very uncomfortable having police officers in a building where I feel like I should have just been in to strictly learn. And I feel like if you have police officers in there, instead of putting that money towards resources like guidance counselors, towards social workers, towards things that students actually needed, that it would have been more effective. And it actually has shown in Orchard Gardens that has been effective. And it's actually been proven in my high school that I recently graduated from, which is Edward M. Kennedy Academy, that you don't need a police officer in the building to feel like your students should feel safe and secured like that. Our principal was enough. Our student body was enough. We all made each other feel comfortable because we had most of the resources we needed. So I feel like the money that's going towards putting the Boston police officers in the school buildings should go towards other resources that would help us feel more comfortable. Thank you for your time.
Ekron, thank you very much. Next, Jimmy, are you with us yet? We're going to go to Fiona, and then we'll go to Marlise. Fiona, unmute yourself. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Fiona. I'm from District 1, East Boston. I appreciate that this hearing is taking place, but it's, again, overdue. I am now 21 years old, and I'm still going through the Boston education system on a college level. I remember police being a part of my educational experience from before I was 10. I don't remember much from elementary school, but what I do remember is being a little girl. Kids under the age of 10 experiencing safety and solidarity with each other, not the police. Many of us already experiencing sexual assault, pedophilia, domestic abuse, substance abuse, most times in secondary experiences via family members, violence and death in our streets, parental loss, and fear of the immigration/carceral state. All to say that then to go to a middle school that was in the process of de-gang affiliation was super traumatic. I went to the Umana, which was mentioned multiple times here, which I'm glad things have changed. But from my experience, police were heavily surveilling us by patrolling our hallways. And in my middle school, we had glass walls so the administration and police could watch us while we learned. And I felt like we were doing something wrong, even though we weren't. And many students who were 10 or 11 at the time, who got into conflict, just really needed help. Like, if you knew the situation, people just needed help. And kids were getting into petty fights because they couldn't express or articulate what was bothering them. And many of the fights started from small insensitive jokes, and escalated into students getting triggered by their traumas and other conflict that was going on in their lives. Police were not the ones we asked for help from. Who were we supposed to tell about family members being shot, friends overdosing, domestic abuse, friends being raped by 30-year-old men, and so many more problems? I'm gonna tell you right now, the answer was not the police. It wasn't the officers in our school. And my friends and myself used to laugh about how we'd be in jail or dead or pregnant at 16 as 11-year-olds. And that is, I literally look back at that now and I'm like, yo, that's so sad and upsetting. And the truth is like, I look back and I'm like, why were there police in our schools? They didn't add safety. They didn't support us. And so I really questioned that. And then I was really privileged to be able to go to an exam school, BLA. My guidance counselor was your sister, Counselor Asabi, and everyone had essentially said to me that was in my middle school before that I was gonna be able to live longer and be more successful because of that. And they were right. Like, kids know that resources matter. And the fact that me getting into this exam school was gonna determine a change in my life that was going to make it longer. It's so sad that 10-year-olds know this fact. And so it wasn't because of an addition of police, it was an addition of resources that made it possible for me to be at where I am today at a college level, going to UMass Boston. And even then, police are still used to threaten Black and brown students at my university. So it speaks to a bigger principle of patterns of abuse by the police, because when I did get to the resource-rich environment, the trust had already been broken. I think that people who are police officers who are interested in community safety more than the power involved in the system, I think that they're really dope people, and that we should be trying to strive for a job title change and restorative justice trainings that go with that. And all the problems that I've had in my educational experience, none of them were ever solved by the police. Thus, I urge that we remove police and the carceral state from our education system, adding additional resources for students, and actually supporting youth growth and learning.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Thank you for joining us. We have Marlies, and then next we'll have Lisa. Welcome, Marlies.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Marlise Spaniard. I'm the Executive Director of the Youth Advocacy Foundation. YAF's mission is to end the school-to-prison pipeline in Massachusetts by ensuring that our state's most vulnerable kids receive a quality education. YAF is a 501c3 organization housed within the Juvenile Defender Division of the Committee for Public Counsel Services, the Massachusetts Public Defender Agency. We provide indigent children and families involved in the juvenile and child welfare systems with essential services that are not funded by the state. For nearly 20 years, YAF has been working to protect and defend the education rights of these youth through its primary initiative, the EdLab Project. Massachusetts is heralded as having the best public school system in the nation. However, we rank 6th from the bottom in terms of racial and ethnic disparities in educational attainment. In 2018, 76% of Boston's Black children and 74% of Boston's Hispanic children in grades 3 to 8 were not proficient in reading. We similarly have a juvenile court system that is filled disproportionately with children of color. Again, nationally, we rank 6th from the bottom here. Across the nation, there's a growing concern about the high rate of arrest of Black youth in schools. Since police were first introduced to school buildings in Flint, Michigan in 1953, The practice of placing law enforcement in schools has spread. The presence of law enforcement officers in schools creates an environment of anxiety and distrust rather than one of nurturing and support. Predominantly Black schools are more likely to have an armed police presence, and Black students everywhere are regularly subjected to arrest and restraint. Although Black students are 9% of the student body statewide, they are 40% of the students who are mechanically restrained, handcuffed. A recent report found that Black students make up 1/3 of Boston Public Schools student body, but 2/3 of school-based arrests. They are far often treated as threats and not children, their voices ignored, and their pain is dismissed as they are kicked out of the school building, physically restrained, and arrested. Racial inequality is also pervasive in our special education system. Black students are initially under-identified for special education and as a result don't receive critical educational services needed in the early grades and therefore often fall behind their peers. When identified for services, they are disproportionately segregated from their peers. In Massachusetts, Black boys with disabilities have a suspension rate that is 17 times their white female peers. In many cases, they are moved to classrooms for students with emotional disabilities where they are warehoused rather than educated. Nationwide, 1.7 million students attend schools that have police but no school counselors in the 2015-2016 school years. 3 million students attend schools with police but no nurses. We can and we must do better for our students in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marlise. Next, we have Lisa Brown.
Marlise.
And then we'll have Elizabeth Badger after Lisa. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Education Chair, Counselor Sabi George, and other counselors of the Boston City Council for the opportunity to provide testimony today on behalf of Massachusetts Advocates for Children, known as MAC. My name is Lisa Brown, and I am the Project Director of the Racial Equity and Access Project, known as REAP, at MAC. REAP focuses on addressing and stopping the ways in which Black and Latinx students in Boston are excluded, with excluded referring to the range of ways in which Black and Latinx students are pushed out of school and away from their education. The purpose of this testimony today is to speak briefly about the Code of Conduct Advisory Council and provide a few considerations as they relate to today's discussion. MAC has served as a member of the Code of Conduct Advisory Council, COCAC, since the council's inception in 2010. COCAC was established by the Boston Public Schools Committee. And I should mention that this testimony is not presented on behalf of COCAC, it is presented on behalf of MAC. Over the years, COCAC has worked with BPS leadership regarding professional development, specifically focused on promoting positive school climate and alternatives to school exclusion. This professional development took place in fall 2018, and COCAC has also worked with BPS over the years, as has been mentioned in other testimony, or revisions to the Code of Conduct, including more recent work to revise the code. Also, as mentioned earlier, the NIJ grant was which is a 3-year grant that will conclude in December 2020. I want to mention that MAC urges that resources continue to be invested in the NIJ schools and all the schools in the district. And lastly, the City Council, as the City Council continues to explore the role of police in schools and restorative justice practices, MAC feels that it is important to consider the following. One, the question of whether there is an over-reliance on police is a question that could be collectively considered in school communities practicing restorative justice. Two, there should be a further discussion about what messages that the presence of police in schools communicates to students, specifically students of color. School communities, including the power of student voices, should be at the table discussing the role and presence of police, as well as the impact on school environment, challenges, concerns, messaging, and related matters. And lastly, racial healing. Systemic racism continues to run deep in the world in which we live. Restorative justice may be a part of the journey toward racial healing by creating a space for exploring the many impacts of the harms and deep wounds of many forms of racism. This is a critical step toward building joint understanding, collective support for problem solving, and in taking steps to heal systemic and interpersonal harms, all very important to mindful development of students and their school communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Next, we have Elizabeth Badger, and then we'll have Kate Lippman. Welcome, Elizabeth.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Badger. I'm a senior attorney at the PAIR Project, which represents non-citizens throughout Massachusetts. I've represented immigrant students, primarily Latinx students in Greater Boston for more than 10 years. And I want to share a few of my and their experiences in BPS with school policing. I want to acknowledge that my students have, or my clients have a deep-seated fear of the consequences of exposure, including my clients who are no longer undocumented. So, and that's very much a part of why they feel fear when they go to school and see police. So I want to acknowledge that my testimony is not as powerful as theirs would be, but I feel the need to convey their experiences since they don't feel safe doing so. I know that I testified before the council last week on some overlapping issues, so I'm just going to try to summarize some of those issues briefly here for the record, then go to the behavioral and safety concerns where I feel like this conversation usually lands. Laura from the ACLU did a good job at summarizing the intersection of school policing with the BRIC. As I've described to the council before, that practice of accepting and retaining such reports from the school in the BRIC, particularly many that allege no criminal behavior, as well as the assignment of points for interactions that allege no suspicion of criminal activity, are unlawful under the federal regulations that govern those databases. And it's important for the city to remember this. Sometimes I hear from school officials that, we can only control our own school employees, which is to say, or which I hear to say, once information is shared by BPS to BPD, they can't take responsibility for what happens to that information and with whom it is shared. But in fact, school officials play a role and have responsibility in that unlawful information gathering if they continue to share information, knowing that BRIC and BPD is then unlawfully retaining and sharing that information. And from the reports I've seen, it's clear that there's a culture of information sharing between BPS and BPD. So the responsibility of BPS goes to all those communications, regardless of what we're naming them, what the report type is. And I just want to touch briefly on kind of more basic observations of student behavior, concerns about gangs, and talk about the role of school police in that behavior. We've talked about students criminalized in schools for actions that did not amount to any criminal activity. Have those kids sometimes intersected with gang-affiliated individuals? Sure. I've seen that, particularly where a kid is trying to manage trauma or a sense of isolation in the absence of culturally appropriate alternatives that the school could be providing. Would a school officer be the person that does the intervention work that helps that child navigate to safer behavior? Probably not. And that's because of the need for the intense supportive relationships that Sunny mentioned. And the mother who testified, her son is very lucky to have a great relationship with a school police officer, and that individual sounds amazing. But that relationship that she describes is the relationship that a young person should have with someone who's a youth worker and mentor and doesn't also have the role of criminalization in the school. I don't want to pretend that I've never had serious safety concerns for a young client in the Boston area. I have. And I want to acknowledge those because, again, I think this is where this conversation often turns to. It's never been, though, a school police officer who identified or protected the young person. So I'm not blaming, I'm just saying that the system, the school policing system is not conducive to that. It's been community workers, particularly from the same ethnic origin and native language community, who identified the risk and helped them physically and, more importantly, mentally and behaviorally get to a safer place. So almost all the young people I've represented who we've lost to violence were known to law enforcement as being at risk. But the common thread among them, as opposed to the young people who are still with us, is that a youth worker who had created a trusting relationship with them and who was from the same ethnic and language community had formed a relationship with them. So I totally echo Sunny's emphasis on these intense relationships that promote safety. Lastly, I just want to say that my experience is that some of the most heavily policed schools in BPS, there's a culture of exclusion of community agencies that could be supporting students that needs to change. At one of those schools, a teacher was so desperate to get support for her immigrant students that she felt like her school culture wasn't allowing her to do, that she actually had to invite me in under the guise of a career talk just to get help for her students. So I'll end by saying my clients' experiences and the data show that meaningful relationships with students promote student safety. And I've yet to see any data that school police promote safety. I have seen the data and examples that they promote criminalization. So if the city is serious about maintaining safe schools, the way to do that is ensuring community organizations as well as mental health professionals, especially those that reflect the ethnic and language makeup of the student body, have access and funding to work with students and leave police to do their work outside of schools. So this is a topic I feel really strongly about, and I'm happy to discuss further my client's experiences, and I appreciate the council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Next, we have Kate Lippman, I'm sorry. I also have the Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee that is on this. So if you would raise your blue hand, if you are interested in giving public testimony, and any other participants in the room, the waiting room, if you would like to testify, please raise your blue hand so I can call on you. Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Welcome.
Hi there. I just want to thank everyone for this really important conversation. I want to thank the BPS students who spoke so powerfully. They can speak a lot more powerfully on this than I can, but I would like to lend my voice as well. So my name is Kate Lippman. I am a school social worker with 9 years experience in Boston Public Schools and a former co-chair of the Restorative Justice Organizing Committee out of the Boston Teachers Union. I wanted to speak to the specific psychological impact on students of being approached by school police officers versus participating in restorative justice practices such as restorative justice circles. So many of us know that the most intense trigger for children, adolescents, and even adults who've survived trauma is being approached in an aggressive or what we call power over way, which too often is the nature of how school police interactions proceed. I've seen my middle school students, when I was working with middle schoolers, approached aggressively for walking slowly to class, for chewing gum, for things not remotely resembling any crime, and being approached, I should say, by school police officers. Regardless of the way that they were being treated, student survivors of trauma in particular are approached, when approached in a dominating and power over way that triggers a feeling of unsafe vulnerability and understandably triggers distress and dysregulation. And then that dysregulation in turn, when witnessed by police officers in a role with a stark power imbalance and not deeply trained in trauma reactivity, that dysregulation often is perceived as a challenge for a power battle, and it creates a similar dysregulation in the officer, and it quickly escalates. And in just one instance of many, I've seen one of my middle school students of color with an intense trauma history publicly pushed up against a wall and handcuffed, treated like a criminal, brought to the school building's holding cell, and it was all over a power battle over spitting out gum and getting to class. Restorative justice, in contrast, is about pulling a community together in as an egalitarian or equality-based way as possible, to speak about the impact of a person's actions without any assumptions or allegations about their intent. And that's really important. It allows the chance for a person showing a behavior to share what was going on for them that prompted them to act in that way. And the palpable magic of being in a restorative justice circle is that showing care, acknowledging the good in folks and our shared humanity while addressing harms takes the threat out of the room. And when the threat leaves the room, it leaves space for students' best selves to show up. So in place of school police officers, because I agree that we do not need to be policing students and criminalizing them in their schools. We need to hire more social workers such as myself as mental health counselors, and absolutely more restorative justice coordinators and coaches and training for all staff. And I just want to say restorative justice as a paradigm shift is critically based, like I said, on a model of equality where all participants, including young kids, have equal voice and power in sharing and reaching a shared plan for repair. And I do not feel restorative justice practices in schools could or should be led by police officers whose role is tied to a stark power imbalance and a one-way power to arrest students. It's antithetical to restorative justice practices. And that's how I feel on the matter.
Thank you very much, Kate. And next we'll have the Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee, and Nora will follow. I do ask that you do follow the 2-minute time commitment, as we have a number of others who are still looking to testify. Please introduce yourself, because I'm not sure who the person is behind the Mental Health Legal Advisors. Welcome.
Sure. This is Matt Krager from the Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee. I can't tell if you can see me. It looks like it's just my organization's logo.
It's just your logo, but welcome.
Okay. All right, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and first for prioritizing student voice. Those are the first voices we need to be listening to. My name is Matt Krager. I'm a staff attorney with the Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee, a Dorchester resident, a Boston Public Schools parent. I led the Dismantling the School to Prison Pipeline Initiative at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. And like Elizabeth Badger, I'm one of the attorneys who filed the public records lawsuit against Boston Public Schools for its information sharing practices with ICE. I'm going to focus my remarks today on Boston's compliance, or lack thereof, with our state laws on school policing. At the Mental Health Legal Advisors Committee, a state agency, it's part of our role to monitor the implementation of the Criminal Justice Reform Act, particularly the provisions that relate to schools. I need to be very clear that Boston is decades behind in its compliance with state law on school policing. Our Criminal Justice Reform Act required all districts to revise their memoranda of understanding between police and schools in 2018 to make clear, as Councilor Arroyo said, that police cannot use police powers to address school discipline. Boston has not updated its MOU since 1996. The same law required standard operating procedures for all police who are interacting with students. We requested those in 2018 of Boston and received none in return. And finally, that same law required Boston's police and schools to collaborate in making sure that they reported school-based arrests and referrals to law enforcement to the State Department of Education. In the 2018-2019 school year, Boston, the largest school district in our state, reported only 6. The same year, the Boston Globe said there were 114 school-based arrests in our schools. And so, simply put, without the data or the protocols that the law requires, we are all left guessing at the efficacy of school policing in Boston Public Schools and at its impact on our students. And that's particularly disturbing amidst the context of sustained protest against police abuses in our streets, with the precipice of a budget shortfall due to rampant unemployment, and indeed with the fact that we're talking about placing police in schools at a time when our children may not be allowed to go back into them. I wish the City Council and the rest of our city the power to thoroughly interrogate the amount of money, time, and energy we're putting into placing police in our schools with our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Nora, and then we'll have Mary Claire. Nora, you can unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Nora Paul Schultz. I live in Jamaica Plain, and I'm a teacher in BPS. I want to teach in and create schools to be places where students can grow from their mistakes and learn without fear of criminalization. As a teacher, having police in schools does not make me feel safe. It makes me worry about asking for help. I know that students are not perfect. No one is. They sometimes make mistakes. Mistakes that in affluent schools would be used as a learning opportunities, but in schools that are predominantly students of color, these mistakes can lead to students' criminalizations. As Sabrina Barroso talked about in her testimony, we know that these mistakes can lead to law enforcement reports that lead to students' criminalization or even deportation. As a teacher, knowing that there is someone in the building that could criminalize my students with the stroke of a pen is scary. It means that if I need to help in my classroom, it feels like an ethical question every time I ask for it. If there is a disruption in my class and I need support, another adult to support a student who needs to cool off, or even someone to watch the 30 other students in my classroom so I can have a conversation with a student or two, I have to ask myself if I want to call for help, because I do not know if the school police officer will be the person that responds to my call for support. This is not abstract to me. A number of years ago, during my first year teaching, I had a tough class, my AP physics class. Like many first year teachers, I struggled with classroom management. A student wrote a fake reflection on a test where he wrote about what a bad teacher I was. He did not turn it in, but someone did take a picture of it and post it on social media. In it, he also wrote that he was going to bring an AK-47 to school and shoot me. Now, this might sound horrifying, and those extreme, one of those extreme situations that people often say is like the reason why we need school police. But the student was really just trying to be cool and push the boundaries too far. This is not uncommon teenage behavior. It just so happened that the school found out about the social media post, and what I would like to have happened was that we had some of those conversations where we could repair the harm that Sunny described. Instead, the school and the police got involved because of the post. And all of a sudden I was talking to police officers and detectives about the post and whether or not I wanted to put the student in front of a judge. This is an extreme situation, but something I do not wish on anyone. But I know that the police in the school did not support the student or me as a new teacher. We need supports for students, for teachers. We need a community that will hold and support all of its members. And we need to create the school communities that we envision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Nora. Mary Claire, and then we'll have Lena and then Elizabeth.
Hi, my name is Mary Claire Flores. I am a 5th grade and 6th grade teacher, formerly inclusion teacher in the spring. I'm frankly so amazed that we've been hearing from the experts of the experts, these fire students, and that this is still, frankly, a discussion. I mean, we have hundreds of reasons why cops shouldn't be in school. And I think we really need to ask ourselves why they were put there in the first place. If it's supposed to be a learning environment where kids can make mistakes and learn from them and be guided, they shouldn't have been there in the first place. And for those who are saying that police officers are mentors and these positive adult figures, I really want us to ask ourselves, does this mentor need a gun? Does that mentor need the power to arrest a child? Not a good mentor. So on June 10th, a week after the intense protest in Minneapolis and lessons by Black Lives Matter in my classroom, virtually of course, I decided I wanted to have a discussion with my students about the role of police, because in our teachers union with psychologists and teachers, we had just had that conversation, and so I wanted to hear from them. I will not be able to go through the entire conversation. I took notes on it and I will submit that to the council to read. It's really good. I literally wrote down their answers, so you should check that out. But some of the questions that we asked, and I contextualized it in our situation, was, why do you think police officers are in school? In summation, they basically said, 1, to protect the school from danger. If there was like a gunshot outside, it might be easier to have them in the school rather than coming, quote, 5 minutes away. And then the other one was to make kids go to class, like hall monitors. So another question that I asked was, do schools need police? And they said, no, we can take care of things ourselves. The police officers nag you to go to class. Private schools and Catholic schools don't have police officers because they are already strict. And if it's about students who are naughty, why can't principals do that? These are my 5th graders. In addition, we also said, I said, you know, in some school districts like in Minneapolis, they're starting to get rid of the police in schools and use that money for other things. In Boston, we spend $4 million a year of police school officers in schools. Should we use that money for something else? Or do you think we should keep police officers in schools? Kids can be asked these really critical thinking questions. And the student said, counselors can talk calmly and people like talking to them about how they are feeling. The police, though, might be like aggressive, and nobody wants that. Another student, I'd be scared. Another school student, if the police does that, I'm leaving the school. I asked, does what? And he said, yells aggressively and nags me to go to class. I don't want that. And they said, I don't like that they're doing right now. The police killed 2 people for no reason. All they have to do is listen to protesters and students. It's not that hard. We can't act like nothing happened. Finally, they said that that someone brought up, because of their older sibling, that you can get a criminal record at 16 years old. Another student asked in a panic, is that true? And I wasn't exactly sure. I said, it might depend on the state, I think, but yes, some older teenagers can get in incidences that put them on a criminal record. Finally, I just asked the students, like, what do you think about the situation? What would you want to say to people in power? And they want to say, no, schools, they said, police do not make us feel safer. They make us feel scared. And we want school to be a learning environment that's safe for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lena, you're next. If we could hold to the 2 minutes, that'd be great. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lena Papayanis. I'm a BPS teacher. I live in Roslindale. I will try to speak really quickly. I'm going to use my time today to respond directly to some of what was said by Director Kim Pelletreau and Chief Coakley-Grice. So hang on. So Chief Coakley-Grice mentioned that officers in our schools are unarmed. That's true. But a cursory Google search reveals that many school police officers, including those in school police union leadership, are not in support of this. They have publicly stated on multiple forums, from Twitter to Facebook to journalistic coverage, that they want weapons from pepper spray to guns. This fact is telling about how school police officers, at least some of them, conceive of their role in schools. Their desire for weapons will inform their behavior with students, even if they don't have those tools at their disposal. This is clear because we hear in testimonies from young people and from teachers that even though school police don't have these weapons, they continue to physically brutalize students in school and around the school. Executive Director Kim Pelletreau spoke about student support. She talked about the school police being part of, quote, the fabric of student support teams at schools. I find this curious and very troubling. Of course, the statement is a broad one. It's likely going to be fleshed out later what that looks like, but it's dangerous. It's dangerous because, one, it's morally wrong to have police involved in student support, because law enforcement mechanisms are not student support mechanisms. They are diametrically opposed. But that's not all. It is also dangerous legally. And I believe Matt Kreger spoke to this. In fact, it's illegal for law enforcement in schools to be part of disciplinary procedures. This is very clear in the Criminal Justice Reform Act of 2018. It's very clear in the Attorney General's model MOU that Matt mentioned. Individuals with a law enforcement background, training, and role are forbidden from support teams. Director Pelletreau did pivot when Councilor Arroyo asked about this, and she said that in fact school-based teams are actually the ones who are central, yet this is a confusing messaging because it runs counter to what she said before. In terms of information sharing, which Councilors Mejia, Arroyo, and others asked about, Director Pelletreau dodged these questions. He stated that FERPA protects student records. That is not true, because while it does protect educational records, it does not protect law enforcement records, which are the majority of the records that school police officers write. So that's not enough. Additionally, she said that the SSR1s, or the student safety reports, go through the central office, or are quote unquote filtered through, I believe is the word she used. This also is not sufficient because those in central office in the Department of Safety Services have a law enforcement background and not a pedagogical or educational one. Additionally, it is not the full story because there are certain reports, including the BPD 1.1 or 1.1 incident report, that are written by Boston School Police and goes directly to the BPD. In fact, they are included in a BPD reporting system. They never go through central office, and BPS has said time and time again that they don't even have access to these reports at all because they go directly from the BSP officer's fingers typing them in to the BPD system. So there is no filtering there whatsoever. I'm going to skip down. So Director Pelletreau also explained that reports include these fields, which are the majority of the data that is shared. She also said that the system is antiquated, is the word she used. I would agree that it's antiquated. It's also not telling the whole truth because the fields can be quite broad, including tell us what happened in this incident, in which the school police officer writes a whole lot of things about the student, including some very sensitive information. And I would refer you back to Elizabeth Badger's comments about the gang database. In terms of the data and the information that the BPS officials were asked to provide, and this is my last point, I would just like to name that they were asked to provide some very basic information on school policing. They were asked to, this is to be incredible, right? They were asked to present this information on a panel where they're invited as experts to talk about school policing, which is their whole job. Yet they came unprepared. They didn't have this information and they asked for more time. More time. They have been given years to have this information on hand. This is very basic information. They've been asked through litigation They're being sued for this very same information. They were asked politely. They've been asked through public records requests. They've been asked by the law, because now it's illegal that some of this information hasn't even been reported to the public and held on the DESE website. So, we can keep on asking and asking and asking. And I'm very, very grateful to the counselors who have asked yet again for this information to be provided. But it's important for us to recognize that even in those polite interactions, there's a whole history there, years of saying no and closing the door to the public, to students, to advocates, to teachers who have been asking, hey, tell us more about the schools that we're in. We deserve to know this information. So I'm asking now, when are we going to hear this information? Because history tells us, and I'm a history teacher, that they're going to continue to try and keep things quiet. I really appreciate the time, and thank you to the chair for allowing me to go over, because I'm sure that I did.
You did. Thank you, Lena. I appreciate that. Elizabeth, you are last on our list for public testimony this afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Elizabeth McIntyre, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Greater Boston Legal Services and our School to Prison Pipeline Intervention Project. We represent young people of color with disabilities in school discipline and related special education. Far too many of our clients have been harmed by the Boston School Police in the Department of Safety Services. My client's experience is that law enforcement officers make their schools less safe, not more safe. A true Department of Safety Services would focus on building anti-racist, trauma-sensitive schools, meaningful and well-funded restorative justice, and inclusionary special education programs. Actually, I had 3 clients who wanted me to share their stories with you today, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to share one, and I'll put the other 2 in written testimony. So this client asked to be called Janie. Janie is a young Black woman with PTSD. At the time of this incident, she was a 16-year-old student at a BPS high school. Jamie got into an argument with a teacher during her first period, and she could feel herself becoming angry and scared. We know that folks with PTSD may feel threatened even when there is no actual threat to their physical safety. Jamie knew her PTSD was being triggered, so she told her teacher she needed to go to the counselor's office. She left her classroom and started walking there. On her way to see the counselor, she was stopped by a hall monitor who told her that she needed to go to the dean's office because she was out of class. Jamie said no, she was going to see her counselor. The hall monitor told Jamie she was going to, quote, call for backup. Jamie rolled her eyes, she's 16, took a deep breath, repeated the explanation that she was going to see her counselor, and continued on her way. When she turned the corner at the end of the hallway, she was met by 3 Boston School Police officers. She moved back away from them, but they moved towards her. Video showed Jamie leaning back against the wall and pulling her coat up to cover her face. The officers encircled her, repeatedly interrupting her plea to go see her counselor with a demand that she go to the dean's office. This ended only when a Black teacher walking down the hallway stepped between the police officers, grabbed Jamie's hand, pulled her through the officers, and helped her down the hallway. Jamie was later suspended for 10 days because she had allegedly threatened them. We do not need law enforcement with the power to arrest and surveil by mentorship, guidance, community, and positive relationships. Jamie would have been much safer with a school that saw her as the brilliant young woman that she is, rather than a threat. So my clients and I are so grateful that the council is paying attention to this issue, and I appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. We do have one last person for public testimony, Cynthia from Hyde Park. Please keep it at 2 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia and I'm from Hyde Park. Shout out Hyde Park. I'd like to speak on my experience specifically as a Boston Latin School alum of the class of 2015 and offer another perspective. There were many crimes happening at Boston Latin School, even with a police presence. The people who perpetuated these crimes or who committed these crimes were oftentimes white students who never received the harassment that the Black and brown students endured. In addition, the other criminals were dangerous white men who would prey and exemplify pedophilia and domination in my classrooms. There were so many sexual assaults committed by a numerous amount of people that were either never investigated or never cleared up on a communal level. And that creates an environment where we don't trust the adults around us. Police do not stop crimes. They do not keep queer, femme, Black, brown, or traumatized students safe, children safe. Police continue to look at students as potential criminals, when in reality, adults continued to hurt us every day. I say all of this to say your systems are not working in high resource schools, and they are brutalizing students in all other schools. I commend everyone who testified today, and I look forward to a different Boston. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. I think that it is appropriate that we ended public testimony with a young person, and grateful for colleagues that are with us today for this hearing, and thank you to the makers. I'm not sure if any of the makers have final closing remarks before we close out this meeting. I'll start with Councilor Mejia, closing remarks.
No, I'm just so incredibly grateful to you, Councilor Asabi George, for hosting and chairing this, and for Councilor Janey and Campbell to join with me on this. But to be honest with you, after hearing so many voices of young people and those who are living the realities and doing this work, just speaks volumes to just how much work we still need to do here in the city of Boston so that all of our children can feel safe and supported. These testimonies always weigh heavy in my heart because I know what it's like to feel disregarded. I know what it's like to walk to a school where you have to go through a metal detector. I know what it's like to wonder whether or not you are gonna have to dodge a bullet. I know what it's like to be treated less than just because of who you happen to be. And these moments remind me of how important our job is as counselors, to not just to listen, but to really take heed to what we are hearing from those that we serve and act accordingly. I think we have an opportunity and a responsibility to not only look at this issue, but I think it's time for us to move beyond the dialogue and really think about what it is that we're going to do as a result of what we learned here today. And I think that this is not just about having a conversation about the conversation just for the sake of bringing people together, because we're tired of that. I think now more than ever, we need to ensure that we're going to act upon what we have heard. And you, Madam Chair, as the Chair of Education, and Councilor Campbell as the Chair of Public Safety, I think that both of your offices, I think we can work together on creating an ordinance or something that really speaks to what we're going to do as a result of what we've learned here today. I'm the Chair of Civil Rights, and I believe that these conversations that I've heard here today also resemble a hint of something that I may have to do in my office as well to ensure that we move the conversation beyond this. So just wanted to thank everyone who participated. I know this was a long hearing, but trust that you were heard, you were validated, and you are appreciated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I did mistakenly wrap up too quick. We do have one public testimony that is on video that will Kerry will add in now, and then we'll go to Councilor Janey and Councilor Campbell for their closing remarks. Kerry, work your magic.
My name is Jeremiah, and I am from the O'Brien, a diverse school in Roxbury. I walk by at least 2 or 3 police officers in my day, in my school community. I see one in my building almost every day trying to get to my locker. But one question that always goes through my mind is, why are they here? Are they here to protect us or scare us? Are they trying to catch the bad guys, or are we being seen as the bad guys? It's scary at times to see police authority. I feel like I'm not the only one who thinks that they are very intimidated. In my opinion, they just stand there and not say a word to anyone, which is a personal experience I've had. I don't even know their names. How am I supposed to accept them in my school community? Approximately $4 million is being given to them just to most times stand there and and do nothing because there's no need for them. With those $4 million, we can buy new textbooks, which many of the textbooks I've received in my high school experience were broken. We can have new supplies that teachers don't have to go out of pocket for, which is insane that teachers do have to do that at times. Or more art programs. BPS is full of talented kids, but they are never given the opportunity because there are no experiences for them.
Madam Chair, you're still muted. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Campbell and Counselor Janey, closing remarks. Counselor Campbell? Counselor Janey?
Yes, thank you. And I have to jump for 2:30, so I appreciate it. I wanted to also extend my gratitude. The last student who was physically with us, I think her name was Crystal, shared some very disturbing things around pedophilia happening in our schools. And so I wanted to just— Cynthia, thank you for that. I wanted to lift that up because that is just very disturbing to hear that. And I didn't want us just to gloss over that. And then just the powerful testimony of so many of our young people. We heard Jubilee say, I left Boston Public Schools because it was toxic to my mental health. Naila said, having school police demeans and criminalizes us. And we heard from our school leader, Ms. Thomas, talk about how we're in this place because no one's really thought of a different way. And so I'm glad that we are finally having, not finally, because we've been having the conversation and many of us have been having the conversation on the outside before we were counselors, that we're continuing this conversation and that we will approach it in a different way that really addresses the root core. I think if we take anything away is the amount of hurt that our young people are showing up to our schools with. And we know, post-COVID that is only going to be compounded. And we know that we have to address mental health. So I'm grateful for this conversation. I'd like for us to continue. And in terms of the data request, Madam Chair, I know we're asking for where the police officers are. I'm also interested in the racial demographic data of those schools in which they are. So, and then there's several data requests around the arrest records and all of that I hope we get to. Thank you again, everyone, for participating and for staying with us. This has been a very long hearing. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my sisters in service.
You're very welcome. And we'll compile that data request. It will be a lengthy one and make sure that we confer prior to submitting that to BPS so that we've got all the questions and we get all of the answers that we've requested here today. Counselor Campbell.
Thank you, Counselor Asabi-George, for hosting and chairing this long hearing. Really appreciate your patience here and thank you for your work and leadership in education. Absolutely grateful to my sisters in service, Counselors Mejia and Janey, not only for this hearing order, this conversation, and all of our respective teams for the work they put in to make sure the panelists were here and got the invites and got us all situated. I also want to thank Central staff, right, for supporting us during this hearing. I agree with what's been said that, we've been talking about these issues for far too long. And obviously all three of us, all three counselors before we got to the council, when we were doing education work, whether as advocates, attorneys, students, right? And now as parents as well. And so I really appreciated everyone showing up, including those from the administration, those from the BPS police unit, and listening in, which was critically important to the perspectives of our teachers, advocates, advocacy organizations, and of course our young people. I also too was moved in different ways, sometimes triggering, sometimes with joy, sometimes with pain, based on the testimony we heard. Absolutely believe that now is the time for action. There is definitely, we've had a lot of dialogue. At this point, we need that shift in paradigm, as Ms. Thomas and Ashley were speaking of. We need action. We need to think about a different model, to think about a different way of showing up in our schools with respect to issues of discipline or incidents of discipline. The model of using school police or school resource officers, whatever the terminology is. If we're going to use that, and there are some folks who think we should need to continue, then I think you better have really good evidence and reasoning as to why you think that model is effective. Because based on what I've read, based on what I've heard today, it isn't. And I do think the restorative justice model we talked about today is one solution, but there are many in which we can create a culture in which schools have a real sense of community, where every single person that walks in and out of that building feels a sense of belonging and building trust. You know, Sunny talked about how important it is to build trust. One place we can continue the conversation is obviously bringing us all together to continue the conversation, where we then set goals as to where we want to go, and timelines and benchmarks. That can come in the form of an ordinance. I always think sometimes we don't necessarily need an ordinance to get these changes and cultural shifts in our departments. Sometimes it's policy changes or a way of doing things, right, practices. So absolutely looking forward to the follow-up conversations where we turn what we heard today into a paradigm shift, a cultural shift in which we respond differently to incidents of discipline or incidents that come up that we think warrant police action in our schools, which, based on what we're hearing, particularly from our young people and our teachers, there is a different way. And lastly, I'll just say that we sent a lot of the questions, requests for and data requests, which also came out of the Public Safety Committee, to Councilor Asabi George, who will take the lead in this committee to get responses. We will combine all those. There are significant data requests that have been requested, so we'll work in partnership with the chair. But again, looking forward to action and really happy for the level of participation in today's hearing. It's not easy to get folks to show up at a council hearing, to take time in the summer, to share their stories, to be vulnerable with complete strangers. And the breadth and length in which folks participated today really warmed my heart. And I'm really excited for the next steps to sort of get to a place where we all want our students to be valued, our teachers and educators to be valued and trained to appropriately respond in a way that gets to healing versus to punishment. So thank you so much, Councilor Asabi George, again. Thank you again to my sisters in service, and thank you to all the folks who participated in today's hearing.
Thank you, Councilor Campbell. And we've hit the 4.5 hour mark, so I will wrap this meeting up here. And again, thank you to central staff. I'll echo those words of gratitude. Have a wonderful afternoon, everyone.